set a timer? Thanks, buddy. How's it going? Fried fish cat. No, Stefan, it's good to see you. Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, Devontae. What am I doing? Okay, DX Racer. Okay. Yeah. Then, what else do we got going on? Oh, yeah. Everybody should follow Sing for the Laughter. I don't have chatbot. You came to watch the best part of Rebirth? Well, I appreciate that. So, listen. I'm gonna start... first of all, let me turn up my mic. I had it set for recording, so my dulcet tones were very soft. Now they're very loud. Holy shit. I'm peaking so hard. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. This is a good combo. Good to see everybody. So, reason I'm doing YouTube is just because Twitch doesn't show the visual differences, I think, enough. Let's see. Unstable. Average stream bitrate is too high. Whatever. You're too high. Okay, listen. Before I start playing, I'm letting people get in the door. That's usually what I do. And, like, I'll just talk about stuff. Okay, we're all recovering from last week. Last week was rough. Really not any way to get around the fact that last week was rough. And it's not like feeling super better. I'm not going to get into hardcore politics like I was the last few streams. I just don't have it in me. But I mean, it's wild that we've got like an official Trump statement that says Doge on it, like the Dogecoin, the Department of Government Efficiency thing. It's just like it's such a clown show, and it's exactly the clown show that we all signed up for. I mean, most of us didn't, but you know, a lot of us have college degrees. So anyways, I would rather just focus on some escapism. So I still can't talk too explicitly about Dragon Quest III HD 2D, but I will put the link to that in chat, that review. Oh god. But oops. Ha! I don't know how to do things. I'm useless at this. I'm a terrible streamer. Okay. I don't usually stream on YouTube, but I'm going to more. White reparations. Okay, this is my review to Dragon Quest III HD 2D. So, I went into playing Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake with like probably the highest level of JRPG burnout you could imagine. Like turn-based classic JRPG burnout. I just finished Metaphor. I was just over it. Like My friends can tell you, Stefan can tell you, Fish Red Cat can tell you. I was just like, I don't know if I can do it anymore. I can't do turn-based games. And so I was really worried when I played DQ3 that I would just be struggling through it. You know, it only took me a couple hours to fall in love with it. Like, it is really cozy. It's about as good of a true remake as you can make of a game from the 80s. Anything else would be kind of unnecessary. Like, anything they could have added, make it 3D, any of that stuff. The story of 80s Dragon Quest games are just not substantial enough to really justify that. But you don't want to add a bunch of story to it. It's not necessary and fundamentally changes the product too much. So, like, from a ontological perspective, which is a big word for this discussion about video games, but I do think it works really well here. From an ontological perspective, the remake does exactly what you need from a Dragon Quest III from the late 80s remake. The HD 2D style has not been my favorite. Like, I know a lot of people are really big fans of Octopath, and I think Octopath is a great game, but I didn't really care for the visual style. I love the visual style in this. It works so well. They really nailed the color vibrance, all that stuff. I really like the aesthetic and feel of the game. And, you know, it does things like reimagines the soundtrack, but like not the sound effects, right? So you still feel like you're in this charming Dragon Quest game from the 80s, but your ears don't need to like kind of struggle, you know. And it's really just nails the vibe. Like, I don't think that kind of remake works for everything either. So, like, as a lot of you guys know, I'm not a big fan of like the remake culture. I know it's weird since like my main game is 7R, but it's because of what 7R does to remakes and how it turns the concept on its head that makes me like it. You know, I think Silent Hill 2 remake falls victim to a lot of that stuff. But in terms of like comparing two remakes, I would say I liked Dragon Quest 3 2D HD 2D as a remake better than Silent Hill 2 remake. And Silent Hill 2 remake ended up being better than I expected it to be. You know, so that's not to say that Silent Hill 2 remake isn't good. It's good, has good performances, did a lot of things exactly right, and reinvented things in a exactly right way a few times. It is still a fundamentally different experience. It is still it's the first good Bloober game. It doesn't feel like there's still parts of it that doesn't feel like Silent Hill, you know. So, but with Dragon Quest 3, it feels like the only way I would ever want to play Dragon Quest 3 ever. Now, there's zero reason for me to go back to the original other than you know, a specific type of Twitter brain rot that I'm uncomfortable partaking in. Like, I have nothing but respect for the way that the remake was handled. That said, you know, the only flaws that I did rate it a 9 out of 10, which is really high for me. I'm a much tougher critic than you would probably think on the surface. Like, people that know me below know that I'm below, like on Discord and shit. Those people know that I am pretty aggressive in the way that I critique things personally and around people I trust. So 9 is a really high score. where it lost a point for me, it has nothing to do with the remake. There was nothing remake related that detracted from the experience. Every fault I have with Dragon Quest III Remake, I have with Dragon Quest III in a modern era, right? Playing Dragon Quest III now does not feel as satisfying with the experience of having played, 4 decades of JRPGs. Random encounters are still brutal and make you forget where you're going in a dungeon. The pacing and story structure is very fetch questy until the final act, and then a story materializes. All of those things were true in Dragon Quest III. The first person battle camera, and I know people that will shoot you in the head for suggesting that Dragon Quest not have a first person RPG element. Like, if you see your character slashing a sword, it's not Dragon Quest, and you should walk promptly into an oven. Like that, there are people with that kind of mindset. I know those people. Those people are probably going to come for me for saying that. I do kind of wish maybe they just would have given an option to have your sprites animated attack. And that's fine, okay? That's totally fine. You're 100% allowed to feel that way. Just don't physically assault me. A remake's job should be to play like how you remembered the game, but still appeal to a more modern crowd. Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, I will say that's the job that Dragon Quest III made very clear was its goal, and accomplished it perfectly. There are other remakes that have different goals. 7R is a good example. I think there's a more ambitious goal with 7R, and that's why I praise it so much. There are things that RE4R did that I kind of feel were ambitious, and I praise it for. But other than that, it's hard to earn the title of remake in remaster culture. But this does do it. You can play Dragon Quest III HD 2D for 80 hours. If you want. There is... I don't want to get too much into what additional content is like, but you can play it. And it is fun. And so there is the new value initiative of the new content too, which is really good. When do you think Sleep Easy will come out with another video? Well, we could ask Sleep Easy. Sleep Easy is probably going to give you a rough estimate of like a month or two, which means that we can expect it by 2026. Yo, somebody should let Nice Guy Prince know that this game is the clear game of the year. Metaphor is a great game, but isn't in Rebirth League. Hey, okay, one, Nice Guy Prince is maybe one of my best friends. We talk maybe... we probably communicate 100 to 200 times a day. So we have this conversation a lot. But here's what I'll say regarding Game of the Year. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the Game of the Year. By like 0.1%. Rebirth is a 9.7 for me. Metaphor is a 9.6. I would be happy if either one. there are things that I think Metaphor does better than Rebirth. I think the narrative overall is better. And I think some of that just comes from the fact that it's standalone, right? It's a fully encapsulated story. The other thing is that I think it really delivers clear messaging and then sticks to that messaging throughout the game. Now, I actually feel that both games have trouble sticking the landing in the end. I think the end of the game of both games are going to be the most disappointing for different reasons. Rebirth for its ambition and, you know, doing something that doesn't land with everybody, and Metaphor for playing it safe and being a little tropey in the end. Where both games narratively exceed is in the same spot too. I think Rebirth's best chapter is the one I'm about to play, which is 9. And I think that that Metaphor's best eras are August and September. So I think there's the 3/4 point of the narratives where things really get strong and interesting. But a video game is not just a story. Like, we have movies. I love movies and books. I want video games to get to the level of those things in storytelling at some point, but they still haven't. I mean, I'm sorry, they're the average overall quality of video game storytelling, it does not compare to the average overall storytelling of, say, every year's entire Oscar list. You know, I'm saying there are great games with great stories. I think The Last of Us 2 is a good example, subtext. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there aren't good storytelling, but when you're ranking game of the year, you are talking about the game part. And I think in pretty much every way, Rebirth probably clears Metaphor in the video game sense. Am I correct in perceiving that Ryan gives the slight nod to Metaphor? I ask only because you mentioned you've discussed it. I'm not going to speak for him. I think really he'd be happy either way. You know, I think he was probably more put off by the ending of Rebirth than he will be of Metaphor. He hasn't beat it yet. But I think he agrees with me that pretty much in every other element, like from a game design standpoint, Rebirth is better. How he evaluates those two things, though, is probably a little different than me. So it's hard to say. He's probably closer to 50-50. Maybe he might be leaning Metaphor, but that's fine. I think we need all that, you know. But if you're to really rate video game for video game's sake, I think Rebirth does more things that are ambitious and is a more impressive video game marvel. The gameplay is more fun. I think most of the mini games are fun. There are some bad mini games. I think in terms of blending narrative structure with open world, as much as people try to reductively criticize things like Ubisoft towers and checklists, those things are just institutions in gaming that Rebirth very, very effectively utilizes in one of the most story-heavy open-world games ever made. You know, there's as much like dialogue and narrative-driven main story in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as any open-world game. And I think it effectively perfects what Ubisoft has been trying to do with open world games. It's almost like kind of in Rockstar category. In fact, I would say that narratively it's more impressive how they've structured zones and plot progression in an open world setting in Rebirth than it was in, say, RDR2. But RDR2 does do something else with its open world design, which is that many people do not finish the story of RDR2 because the open world design is more of the sales pitch. Is what are you doing? You're a cowboy in the Wild West. That's what you're doing, right? In Rebirth, you're in a big world, but you are saving the world and you are participating in Cloud's journey. I never thought that those two genres could mix. Like, going into Rebirth, I was like, it's got to be a linear game. Like, it has to be. Like, they can't make an open world work. And I was astonished that they did. And I think that's why a lot of reviewers are still looking at, like, the things they didn't like about Rebirth. The performance mode blur and some story choices and the ending and stuff like that. But, like, really looking at what it accomplished in 4 years, by the way, and going, I can't deny that this is a marvel, that this is something that really achieved something that's a spectacle, So those are my thoughts on Game of the Year. Rebirth has Gongaga and Metaphor doesn't. The case is for Game of the Year is clear. Yeah, but Metaphor has September, which, fuck. And part of me too is it's a preference thing. Like, I really like games with strong messaging, and I will say that Metaphor's messaging is clearer. And I'm not saying that the Re-trilogy's messaging won't be clear overall, but messaging in the middle is always hard. Like, what's the messaging of, I don't know, the Two Towers, right? It's there, but, a lot of questions raised are meant to be resolved in part 3. A lot of the moral questions, but still, there's plenty of class struggle, plenty of oligarchical concerns on display for us to see, in real time in Rebirth. But it's not the same as having a self-contained story to both present the message and deliver its thesis. Like, the Rebirth doesn't get that opportunity yet. So anyways, I've talked enough. I've got enough people in here, so we're going to get into it. That the way nothing is missable in the world made it feel more grindy for a lot of people, and hopes part 3 has more stuff you can just stumble upon that isn't noted on the map. I agree with that. I do agree with that. People stop doing that in games, or they do it so much that it's, like, ridiculous. So, like, there's the 2 open world games this year that treated this in the exact opposite way are Rebirth and Elden Ring, right? Or Shadow of Erdtree, where it's like your checklists are either presented to you by Chadley in Rebirth or by Mr. Happy, in Elden Ring, or pick your YouTuber, so it's either the internet or Chadley, and or you find it on your own if you want to do stuff that way. And I actually do agree with that criticism. I would like some real secrets, and that's true. Now, that said, some people did struggle finding secrets because they didn't know where to look. like looking at the Johnny's board and stuff like that was not like very intuitive for some people, but it's certainly less intuitive than, say, you know, wandering onto a, you know, into a weird secret cavern and finding some boss that just destroys you, you know, without any warning or an icon. So I would like to see that in part 3. I agree. Even though G had stuff like that, yeah, like the weapons. I hope they do the weapons really well. So that's a fair. Have I played Black Myth Wukong? I have. I've played it a lot. I think the only chapter 5 is good of Wukong. A lot of the narrative around Wukong became so exhausting. Wukong's a solid 8 out of 10. It's an 82. That's right. Combat was less impressive than I was hoping for, but there was a lot of really fun spectacle. Level design, world design was probably my favorite part. Like, the level designs were small, but they also had these weird little secrets, and it was kind of a blend between like a Souls. It was like a less hard Souls narrative experience, right? Where you didn't have to dig quite as hard or read as many item descriptions to figure out what the fuck was going on, you know? Underwater fight mechanics. Who knows? Though I have faith in Hamaguchi. Honestly, he's got his shit together. Okay, I think we've done this long enough. So let's move over to this. Okay. Can you guys tell me on your end, is there an audio delay on the game? You'd be able to tell here usually. Oh, I should probably shut the music off. Not at the moment? Okay. No delay. Okay. How does it look, YouTube? I know a lot of people couldn't tell the difference from Twitch, but a lot of people could, even at the lower resolution. I can tell the difference even on remote play. Like it's pretty substantial to me. Okay, anyway, so where are we? What are we doing? Right? Right now, hold on real quick, let me respond to people. I really hope we get more involved guest party members like Satetsu. Should have given Rhonda and couple other NPCs temporarily joining as a 4th quest party member. Some quests. Looks like I need to get a PS5 Pro. Dude, it looks so different. It's so upsetting. Because Gongaga was one of those places too where it's like, oh, I bet this looks awesome. And then you would switch it over to quality mode and you're like, that looks awesome, just don't move. You know? So, alright. Cloud and the boys just went to Gongaga. And they tried to handle shit on their own. And now there's explosions and Relnicas. And, okay, So I see new people in chat, and so I'm gonna warn you. I'm a lore goblin. I have a lot of lore. I sometimes will fucking stop and look at books and shit on the and weird details, and I'll go off onto these little tangents. And that's just who I am. I make up for it in other ways. Just you'll have to trust me. And one of them I'm going to talk about right now is, so we see right here in the distance, we see this is called a Relnica. And why is it called a Relnica? Well, I think just because they wanted a word that rhymed with Gelnica. And what Gelnica probably is a reference to is Guernica. Guernica is a it's Italian city, but it's very famous. It's famous for its depiction in a Picasso war painting that shows the bombing of Guernica. So the Guernica is a reference to World War II's bombing of the city of Guernica. And so very deep in the core of the lore of this game is like references to fascism, references to conflict as a response of old wars. And there's other connections that you can make to Shinra and, fascist regimes. It's all amalgamated. Obviously, this is, New York is sort of Midgar, and there's a lot of America built in. Shinra is built in, and that's a corporation. And now in 2024, it feels more and more relevant as we have like this bizarre Tesla Trump conglomerate, which is somehow this bizarre mixture of Palmer and Shinra. Is like, it's all becoming so dystopian and real. But besides that, there are sort of Nazi references and German references in Shinra culture. Most of the vehicles look like they were made by Volkswagen. And if you know anything about Volkswagen is a subdivision of, or was developed by a Third Reich engineer by the name of Porsche, that's where Porsches come from. And so there's all these aesthetics that sort of draw to that. Now, that's not uncommon in Japan to depict Western culture that way. If you know anything about the history of World War II and how Japan and Germany allied, you'll know that it's easy to make broad strokes for them. But I do think in this particular case, the political messaging is it's a little too convenient to be a coincidence. Now, that's not to say that all the developers are all like, super left-wing commies or anything like that. I'm not saying that. But I am.
Oh, look at these cuties. And just in case.
You thought Midgar was Jerusalem? You thought the pizza-shaped megalopolis was Jerusalem? I mean, there are, okay, I know you're probably not being serious, but there are there are a lot of parallels that you can kind of make with the Promised Land and the concept of Zion. And I'm not going to get too deep into that. I don't think they thought too deeply about it. I thought it was a
Good idea. Thanks.
yeah, Neo Midgar.
It's a
All
total
right,
mess
New
inside the
Jerusalem,
reactor. They should help you get around.
New York, Old York. Okay.
You need to be careful.
I mean, we also just have the developers. This is, yeah, we based it on New York.
Big is about to go down.
So, since that's been
More often
confirmed,
than not,
it's a
it's
little
right.
hard to discount.
Don't worry. Whatever it is, we can handle it. Huh. Yeah.
God, it looks so good. Okay, all right, now I've got chocobos. Yes. Oh man, I haven't redone their materia at all. Oh, their materia is a mess right now. Let's go. All right. Okay. All right. Skill master for sure. Chakra, sure. Okay. Cleansing. Healing. And magnify, yes, okay. Alright, she's still fine. I may change this to lightning. I'll change this to lightning when we get to Scarjo. She doesn't need enemy skill materia though. Do we have re-raise? Enough people. There's a lot of ways to play, too. I've seen people beat bosses in ways that I didn't even think of. I'm a rhythm. What does she have? Alright. And then let's give one of you... I'm gonna do this. Actually, that does make sense. Let's do this. You should have enhanced expeditionary. Then we'll give Tifa the Gotradamarong. Twilight of the Gods, aka Ragnarok. Okay, and then we'll give you the Choco King Cape. Alright. Should be fine. Let's do it. Player expressions always get the biggest thumbs up for me. X and 7 are these the most, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
This is
You've got this. I'm your one-stop clobbering shop. Get him! Run for it. Run like a chocobo. Hope you like pain. Hey! How's it fair? Good to go? I got this. Bring it and beyond. Bring it.
You're out of time.
Okay, was that it?
I'm set.
So it's my turn?
Oh, I forgot to give her limit siphon. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. We'll be fine,
One
but...
more shot! Get him! Why don't you lead the way? How about you show us what you got?
Take that.
Bring it! There! Let's go! I'll take care of him. Looking for me? If you insist. Ready? Get lost! A bonus! So what do we do now? Now we climb.
Now we climb. Music does slap. Okay. Oh yeah. Limit siphon. Limit siphon for Aerith. Okay. Yeah, I don't need enemy skill, so I can use limit siphon. So I'll show off what's really cool about this particular combination. It makes it a little bit cracked. Okay, so if we...
Watch yourself. I'll show you what I can do. This one.
Oh, I forgot to give her first. Okay, so limit siphon on Tifa fills her limit gauge. Her limit gauge will then fill everybody else's.
Time to wreak some serious havoc. Giving it my all.
which is cool. It's just like a limit break, infinite loop. Okay, but Aerith does need first strike. I wish there were one more first strike. We don't really need Comet. Okay. As fun as Comet is. The Hebrew tomb for Earth, but also the underworld where Sephiroth was cast down. Both kind of strange that everything was built upon Hebrew just saying. Okay, yeah. So one of the things that I bring up constantly is that for the most part, all references to Genova and things that are alien are Abrahamic in origin. Genesis, Angel, Sephiroth, you know, the Sephirotic tree of life, all of that stuff, all of the those things are generally Abrahamic faith. So Judaism, Christian, all of that stuff, those all seem to represent this alien subversive force that comes in, you know, and so it does feel like all of those are meant to be representative of the way that Christendom and Abrahamic faith came in and engaged in like culture theft, and essentially dominated the itinerant religions, you know. Only the terms Cloud and Gaia, if you think of the planets still named that, are oddballs. Yeah, I think I think at this point they kind of, there's enough that says Gaia that it's like barely sort of accurate. I get what you're saying. As far as the English terms for the white materia and stuff like that, yeah, I think those are interesting. I don't know if they're anything too wild to write home about. Okay, where did I go? This is the problem. Okay. All right, I'm going this way.
We gotta swim across this room too? Do we? Not with our grappling guns.
Is Satanism in here anywhere? I am Nightmare. Women will literally climb. Yeah. Yes. Hi, Turquoise. How's the stream look, everybody? Which material is the one that works the infinite limit break? Limit siphon. Okay, so you need Goater Damarung for one character. In this case, I have Tifa. Aerith needs to have the enhanced expeditionary medal so that her limit break starts at level 2. Aerith then uses the limit siphon ability to pull Tifa's limit break. And so then Aerith has Rising Fury, which then just fills limit break.
And turn it against them.
For all characters. So now both Yuffie and Tifa have this. And if you want at this point, like if you're late enough in a battle too, where everybody's limit level is up to 3-2, this just gets nuts. But if you want to, you can just re-borrow one of these limit gauges for Aerith again. You know.
Gonna regret that spin is on you. I'm coming. about that. I could do that again.
So it's definitely a late game, you know, strategy. You can use the limit booster, which is like half. Okay, where am I going?
You asked for it. Giving it my all. Watch yourself.
If there's
So
not
it's my
a
turn?
ton of enemies, you don't have to bother with it either. You can just use. Okay. So I have minimap disabled because it ruins the aesthetic, but it is probably a recipe to get lost. Okay, so all right, where are we going? Let's say up here. Okay.
Okay then. Good luck. You're in good hands now. There.
So limit Siphon Tifa.
I won't let you down.
Third playthrough incoming. If you skip all cutscenes, it's manageable to complete MSQ in about 20 hours. Are we talking about Rebirth? Yeah, essentially nothing. That is the way to go. For sure. I say that in my review too.
Don't think you'll walk away from me. Oh, you had to go and wake the beast. How you like this? Not now. How you like this? Find me. Good to go. Let me handle this. Think out. Ready? Let's finish this. No surprises there.
You should play this game. It's actually pretty good. But you should play it on the Pro. You should get a Pro. I'm sure you... I'll talk Jessica and do it for you. Sure. I love it. I can't reach. Okay. Look at this. Advanced puzzle mechanics, traversal stuff. I do wish some of these were tricky, is what I told myself. And then the amount of people that have asked me for help on this part was like, oh, I don't know what to say. I guess I'm the one that's wrong. I guess this is fine.
Get lost. Hey. Nice little workout.
Go the wrong way. Say what in your review? I'm sorry on YT and not seeing Twitch. Twitch Twitch content. Oh, that's right. I have chat disabled. The reason I have chat like not visible on the screen is because I want you to be able to see the whole screen. That was something that you guys decided last stream was the best look. If you guys want me to find a way to put chat on screen, I can. It's really up to you guys. I'll defer to both of your judgments. The difference would be this, and then I could put chat on the right hand side if you'd like. So I'll let you guys say in chat what you want to see. But I'm a fucking legend. What he said is that 0 side content, 0 necessary fights, 0 QB, plow through with essentially no material equipped. If you want to set up a fun hard road run, do that. No, so what Silvertooth said is, I recommend plowing through the game with 0 side content, material leveling, and start on hard mode with essentially nothing. It's a trip. I don't say no material leveling, but what I do say is that you should. I actually think that doing just enough side content to maybe get your preferred date was what I said, but I actually don't even care about that anymore. I say just mainline the story and then do side content in the hard mode run through. I think that is the way to play.
Contact. Don't let him escape.
Okay, so again, limit siphon, Tifa,
You are it.
then
Okay.
limit, rising fury.
The strength within.
It's also a very cool animation, and also you can use photo mode now during combat and it doesn't look like trash, so that's nice. On the Pro. Not that it looked like trash, people that are sensitive about that. It's just that it looked like trash.
One more shot. Tagging out. Here I
What's in this helicopter? Is there a stamp poster in here? The image quality is insane, by the way. Like you couldn't really make out these letters, none of that stuff. Now you can read books and stuff like that, and on the Pro in versatility mode. And I know that's like not everybody needs that. I do. That's how I play games. Is I read all the details and I take in the visuals. I'm a very visual person. So and
You're gonna feel this one.
and that's an okay way to be. I know it's not for everybody. I get that completely.
Here goes. If you insist. Don't want to beg for mercy. You're gonna feel this one. All right, I can still fight.
Actually, I'm gonna save the MP. Where are you at? Wait, did I come from here? I did come from here. That's right. You're dumb. You gotta slide down the thing. You gotta slide down the thing.
To the limit and beyond. Take the lead. I'll show you what I can do. Can you take over for me? You're in good hands now. Abra comes for you, brother. Gotcha. Coming in hard and fast. Got you now. No more games. It's over. I'll take over. Mine taking over. Here goes. Freaking way. It's your turn.
I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
Focus. It's over.
Uh-oh.
So that's the way it's gonna be, huh? I gotcha. Get him. One more shot. What? Ouch. Everything's spinning. I think I'm all warmed up.
All right. I just didn't want to burn the MP. Aerith refreshes MP naturally, so that's fine. I did my first playthrough on easy for story, and then second on hard, and it was a fun jump. I bet that is a rough jump.
We gotta keep moving. Come on.
Wee.
Hey, it's that hag.
Imagine looking at Scarlet and saying hag.
You all right?
The three of us are.
Cloud. There's no escape. Who did that?
Oh. Looks like the ethics department came in hot with Scarlet.
She's coming for your wrinkly hide. Why not take
Wrinkly
us?
hide.
We'll go easy on you. Promise.
Okay, this is pretty solid shot. And on that, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Just stare at this trilogy, this triumph. Hi guys. Welcome back. Hello. I just need caffeine, you know? I can't wait for the second and third disc. Yeah, we're getting second and third disc. Hi, Joshua. Joshua Poo. All right. Here we are. We're getting into peak.
My sweet child.
What I consider to be the best part of the game is coming up here.
I'll simply carve you all into pieces bit by bit. Till you beg for death.
Go on, you're gonna feel
Okay.
this one.
Let's see how well. Okay, before we do this, instead, what we'll do is okay.
Come on. It's on you. I'll take care of them. This one's for you. You can do it. Here I go. Let's get you down. All set. You're up. Here goes.
Oh, I forgot to change to lightning. Ooh. Okay. Well,
Get lost. All right. I got it. Die already. I'll take care of him. Here he comes. One more shot.
okay.
You can do it. Seriously? Give me a break. I can't do it. I'll show you what I can do. No need to panic. Up and at it. Can you take over? Here I go. That was close. How about you show us what you got? Come on. Here goes. Come on. This one's for you.
Let's. Okay. Tifa.
You won't regret this. Don't let me down. All set. That's it. Bingo. Heads up. I gotcha. One more.
Oh, that gorgeous gun.
You asked for it. Come on. Gonna pull back. I'll take care of him. Tagging out. Here I go. I'm in. Here comes down. How you like this?
Okay, then we'll re-raise on Yuppie. And then.
Take the lead. I'll show you what I can do.
Limit Siphon Tifa.
This one.
And. Rising Fury.
You're in good hands now.
Then Thundaga. Four Thundagas, okay.
It's on you. Here goes.
It's past time that I got hands on and ground your faces into dust.
Somehow Tifa didn't get her limit. She got interrupted somehow from getting limit break from Planet's protection, which is fine.
That's cheating. Please, your turn. You're so Why is it always gonna be me? Mayday! Mayday!
I barely.
One more shot! Don't think you'll walk like this! Get him! I see it! Get in there! You're in for a show! Did you know what teacher will measure it? Come here! Back to good now. Little... Gotcha!
Okay, and then... No, it isn't.
We've got to get through this. This one's for you.
Does it hurt?
Hands now. How you like this?
I think it's time that you met your maker. Time you beg for forgiveness.
Alright, let's summon Gilgamesh.
Help us out.
We got this, guys.
For the great Gilgamesh in his morphing time.
Come on. Here you go. I should probably heal up first.
You probably should, yeah.
Can you handle them? If you insist. No need to panic.
Bleed for me.
Just here I come.
Not a fan of my handiwork, I take it. You'll be nothing but a scorch mark when I'm done with you. This one's made to order.
Alright, bring him on. You're gonna get here just in time for Gilgamesh. I'm running the clock out till Gilgamesh summons. I could beat her with a single spell, but this is just too fun. Let's do it. Let's do it. You got it. Gilgamesh, do it. Ultimate illusion. Let's go.
The interdimensional rift awaits.
Yeah.
Worthless hunk of...
Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go.
It's gorgeous. And about to be all mine. Get back here! I don't think so.
Eric, Yuffie, you okay? We're fine. Just go. Don't let that hag get her grubby mitts on my materia.
Okay. I'm just posting on profiles that were two, like, kind of the true crux of the game. And I'm going to be breaking that down here. So, okay, already something that's interesting. So for those of you familiar with the full story of OG, this is obviously going to be a spoilery thing. But everything about the way this scene is composed does give us precursors to the Lifestream sequence, including the choice to be in control of Tifa here. So when Cloud falls into the Lifestream in the OG, Tifa's given the reins. She becomes the party leader. Now, does that mean that we're not going to see that in part 3? It's possible, but I still think what we're seeing is a teaser for a larger section of the game that plays with a cloudless party. And so what this is kind of doing is connecting us to the core struggle of the game, the crux of the game. And it's Cloud's identity, and as soon as the player disassociates with Cloud and Cloud becomes his own character, to give us breathing room in the OG, what they did is they gave us control of other characters, Sid and Tifa. And it was important that when we reconnect to Cloud rejoins our party. There is actually kind of a noted loss of agency as Cloud becomes a person instead of just a reflection of us, right? And Rebirth does something different, where it takes away Cloud for a bit, gives Cloud back to us, but his reliability as an independent character is now worse than it was before. And I think that's a really interesting choice. But we'll get into that.
Learn some manners.
Spider Tifa, Spider Tifa.
Tifa!
Fly like the nut you are.
Okay. This is so cool. Okay, right there. So we go from like an authentic, like almost childlike panic, back to childhood Cloud, where he's like, something's happened to Tifa, just like when she was in danger when they were children, and so he's almost childlike in the way that he runs to danger. Then he stopped dead in his tracks here, and his demeanor's already changed at this point, because he's no longer in that childlike fear response to save Tifa. He's here.
Let that righteous anger guide you.
And then here we see the change. And then a smile. And then it's not him anymore. He is a straight up puppet. His stance changes. He's a murderer. The music is almost triumphant. He's smiling. Tifa becomes resolved because she sees something.
Withdraw! All of you now!
The whispers intercede right there, not only because Sephiroth is now actively controlling Cloud, but to get Scarlet out of the way to interfere with this, which is Sephiroth enacting this opportunity to drive a wedge between Cloud and his support. And this scene just goes hard. That goes so hard. Just unbelievably hard. Yes, correct.
Cloud, stop! That's enough!
It's okay. They're gone.
Cloud, don't let her fool you. She has no scar.
You have no scar.
She's not
You're not
Tifa.
Tifa. You can't be.
We've been over this. I do have a scar. I showed you, remember?
Liar.
All right, look!
Those we hate. Those we love. Those we fear. Jenova would become anyone to fool her prey.
Don't do this!
Now that line, those we love, those we hate, Jenova will become anyone. That from Cloud's mouth really indicates the level of memory sharing he has with Sephiroth. And potentially ZACK.
But I'm no fool.
Imagine if the game, if we rolled credits right here. And again, we have agency from Tifa. I love this event is called Out of the Frying Pan, which is it's such a fun thing to read the first time you play this game, especially if you've never heard anything about this game because you're playing it a month before release. As soon as I saw Out of the Frying Pan, I was like, this is gonna be fucked, whatever happens next, because the famous, out of the frying pan and into the fire. I think that was it's a saying that I've heard my whole life, but most people will say that it came from Lord of the Rings. I'm older than the Lord of the Rings movies, so that is not where I heard it first. But into the fire indeed. Also, this specific piece of music doesn't occur anywhere else in the game. It is really good. And there's the fire. And then Cloud just like
Tifa?
just short circuiting here. This is so good. This is such a good scene. The best music in the game, though, I think, is the live stream sequence that we hear. We're about this. This is the best music in the game for me.
Pumpkin.
This feels like Hans Zimmer.
Over here!
Being in the flow of the live stream, you can still control the camera, but you can't adjust anything else, which I think is, it's an interesting stylistic choice.
A weapon?
Such good music. So here we see the first. This is our first look at two factions of Whispers, right? So it's clear that the black ones are Sephiroth. You know, I mean, even the materia inside looks like the black materia. And we're just seeing all the, like, you see Sephiroth's face in
Are
them,
the
you know?
Whispers fighting?
So they are fighting.
Where are we? The Lifestream?
Lifestream Nibelheim is it's such a cool aesthetic. Like, you know, JRPGs have done their part. Final Fantasy is is very culpable of this in ruining disembodied floating islands in a you know, ethereal setting. But the aesthetic of this works really well, and it matches thematically with what's going on. This is an esoteric experience that really blends you know, what it's like to be a living person, you know, with inside inside a weapon, you know, who's meant to kind of travel the live stream in this external sense. So Tifa in this place is in a really unique, she has a unique view of the way the live stream and the planet. She's in this really in-between sort of purgatorial state because of the fact that she's inside this weapon. And so it gives us this view of the way that the planet and memories correlate and they coalesce. And it's the function of the world system of Final Fantasy VII. You know, and it's always been just subtext, but here it's being played with in a way that can express this really interestingly. So we have this distinction between the way that, say, Cloud and ZACK and everybody are experiencing being within the worlds within the planet, you know, within the live stream, and being in this in-between state. And it's sort of, it shows that there's this top-down relationship in the world system. And what's the how does this value the messaging of the game? Well, in this case, it's a mechanism to allow us to explore Cloud's identity issues, which are the core of the game. You know, and there's a core identity issue that Cloud has to go through in order for him to adequately serve the problems that the world has. So to say that his identity crisis is separate from the messaging of the game, it's just not true. It's in fact the answer to the problems of oligarchy, the answer to the problems of, class struggle and environmental. The answer is within. It is being honest with who we are, about what we are and what we're doing. It's accurate self-appraisal and finding power in that, instead of, these ideas of who we need to be for other people. Okay, so I try and randomize the order. We'll start here. Stargazer Heights is also in here, yeah. I don't know how intentional that is, but it feels pretty intentional.
Just promise me one thing. When we're older and you're a famous soldier, if I'm ever trapped or in trouble, promise you'll come and save me.
God, the music is so good. This scene's so good.
That's what heroes do. They save people. Please? Just once.
I don't... What is this?
Yeah, there's Stargazer Heights right there. There's the bridge. There's the gate to Nibelheim. We'll go here.
I'm gonna go find my mom. Then I'm coming with you, Tifa. Me too. Mount Nebel, here we come. Okay then. Thanks, you guys. Hey, look. Think Cloud wants to come too? Cloud? Come on, let's go.
Cloud, is this... Am I dying?
The fear that Tifa starts to feel here, it's really heartbreaking. And this is her best performance, is this section, particularly the end of the sequence. And I'll point that out. I remember there are two moments that I really got emotional, and it was this and the Aerith child scene. Dyne was close, but we talked about why other stuff kind of distracted me from feeling any feelings.
She's gone.
Cloud, please. I need you.
So we're just getting a little tease of what's going on. We don't know what that is yet. You know, like we do because we've played the OG. I'm hoping we get tons more of this music too, like for all of the meta stuff in part 3. But it's clear this is an incomplete sequence, you know, so they do have to finish the sequence. And then here we go. What's the threat? even to our memories. It's Sephiroth. And so Sephiroth now targeting Tifa, you know, like on an existential level, which this is the Sephiroth that we feel is like really tuned in to his own fate. This is future Sephiroth. Like, this is more indication to me that we are dealing with a meta level threat from Sephiroth. You know, this isn't just the same Sephiroth anymore. The fact that he is targeting Tifa, knowing that Cloud's realization and his full self-awareness is the biggest threat to his goals and existence, indicates why he's showing up here. Sure, he's everywhere, but he's really fucking right here. Like, he's sending Scarlet away so that he can interrupt. He's making Cloud, like, almost kill her. He's doing everything he can. She's now within the planet, you know, or at the border between the planet. Sephiroth seems to be able to cross that border everywhere. You know, even into Queen's blood.
Sephiroth?
And so what he's trying to do, he's not just trying to kill her, he's trying to eliminate the safety and the barrier. Like, what's coming in, she can no longer breathe because there's this hole. You know, and the Lifestream, which is fatal to people. So the barrier, right? So now that the barrier is broken, watch what changes in the way that Tifa can view the Lifestream. Instead of her being this external, you know, view of these memories, like from the outside, you know, like ghost-like apparitions, you see what happens as we start to get into the concrete memories. So now she's passed out. Now she hears a voice from Zangan.
Stay strong.
Now she sees them in full color, right?
You'll make it. But not if you give up. You have to.
This is what Zangan looks
for it. Hard as you can.
like, and Dr. Sheeran looks like.
You need to get up now, Tifa. You can't die here. Too many still depend on you.
I love this. I love this so much.
We've got a fight to finish.
The people that helped her get out of Midgar and move forward, and Aerith is one of them. And then just the desperation that she has here as Cloud's walking away. Cloud, because Tifa's lost everything. She has to fight tooth and nail. This right here, this scene, Apex. Don't take him to. Sephiroth has taken everything. Don't take Cloud, the last thing that she cherishes most. Audio's out of sync now? Huh. That happened last time too. Okay, hold on. I can fix that real quick.
Can't see anything down.
I don't know why this fixes it, but it seemed to last time. Thank you for telling me, Paul. Pausing created an audio desync. Okay, well. I was on a rant, so. I don't know how much I lost of synced audio, but that's okay. Let's do.
In there.
I think this likely fixed it. Every part of the music of the sequence has this new vibe to it. And I think it's a precursor to a musical vibe we're going to see a lot.
Tifa? Barrett!
Coming! Hey, get your shit together. Tifa needs you.
Still a little out of sync. Okay. Shoot. Just a pinch, okay. Well. All we can do is hope for the best here. According to the visual display, that's better. Like there's yeah, it seems synced up, but we'll just have to press play and find out. Midstream, it's always hard. But the entire music, so there's about like 8 tracks, it feels like, in the live stream sequence, none of which are on the soundtrack.
Tifa!
They really do have a barrier with weapons now. Weapons are now so sympathetic that how we battle them will have to be...
Look down there.
Hey,
Yeah.
stay with us.
They can go a couple ways with it. They could be corrupted by Sephiroth, and that's why we have to fight them. That I don't like. Or they could just really become malicious and spiteful at us, at humanity, for its culpability and the inclement destruction. And that's what I hope they lean into. The Mana series does this a couple times too, and it's really good. It drives home some of the environmental messaging. You know, the planet is angry with us, you know, and there is a point of no return. So having to fight the weapons is really drives that messaging home. Also, hi, Ars. I'm so sorry I just saw you. Thank you for being here. How does she even survive all this? What even is Mako poisoning psychic assault? I guess she is mentally stronger than the average human or something. She is. I think she is. And I think you could make assumptions on that based on, like, I mean, she had a hell of a arc, you know, to make her mentally strong. She's she's vulnerable and honest with herself constantly. Like when she feels insecure, she usually wears it on her sleeve. But she's been through pretty insurmountable trauma, and so I don't think that's an off statement to make. But also in this case, I think the weapon protected her a little bit, and she only got sick when Sephiroth literally penetrated that protective barrier, you know, and so she does have some Mako poisoning as a result. She's collapsed from Mako poisoning before in Nibelheim during the incident. We don't learn that until Traces of Two Paths, though. But yeah, pleasure to be here. Ours, I'm not sure if you saw this morning, I posted a review of Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D. Please check that out if you guys get a chance. The link is somewhere up in chat. That's where I've been. I've been playing a lot of Dragon Quest HD 2D. I'm also live on YouTube right now, and if you, I don't like telling people to you do one over the other, do your preferred one, but I will say on YouTube, the image quality is considerably better. So that's just the way that it is. The two weapons are her parents, Titans, giving birth to the lunar harp to awaken someone. I mean, yeah. You can also rewind on YouTube, which is nice. Thank you, Ars. Okay, so this dialogue between the two is like the heart of like Cloud's character progression here. Shippers love it, but detached from shipping, I love this. As a Cloud fan, I love this scene.
I'll go get the others.
Cloud? You remember how our parents used to tell us that when a person died, their spirit would cross Mount Nebo?
Yeah. We all knew it was a story to scare us out of climbing the mountain.
Sort of.
You believed it, though.
In Norse mythology,
I didn't.
Nibelheim
At
is
least,
home of...
I had my suspicions.
It is part of the journey of Dead Souls.
But I buried them.
Niflheim,
I
anyways.
wanted it to be true so badly. I didn't want to think my mom was just gone.
Right. Part of what draws all afterlife beliefs is fear of the fates of your loved ones, you know, and your own. Terror management.
Plus, Emilio and the others said they'd help me find her.
Emilio!
So up the mountain we went.
Some help they were. Running off and leaving you out there?
Not that I knew about any of that.
You don't remember?
God, the
I
image
think
quality is so
when
high
I fell off that
on their
cliff.
faces. It looks so much
Think it
different.
messed with my
So much
memory.
better, I mean.
Everything from around that time's a blur. I only knew what the others told me. Didn't even occur to me to question them.
What'd they tell you?
They said that you egged me on.
We all know he doesn't
Now I
egg shit
know.
on.
That's not what happened at all. When the rest of them ran, you were there for me.
So she did recover some memories from this experience, right? And why I think it was important for her to recover those memories is I think it's going to be framed in a way that when we revisit this, but within Cloud's mind, within Cloud's world, she'll have the true recollection of that. You know, I think that's important.
You stayed when I needed you most. If that's not a hero, then I don't know what is.
I'm no hero. What kind of hero falls off a cliff with the person he's trying to save and pushes him into a pool of Mako? Sometimes, I don't even know who I am.
Cody's performance here is so good because you can hear his shame. Like, it's the only time you really hear his guilt and shame, because he puts on this very complex facade the whole time, you know, but here you can hear it. What kind of person does that? Like, this is a glimpse into real Cloud, you know, that real scared child that's starting to come through, just through the persona of ZACK and Sephiroth. And it takes these kind of interpersonal experiences, it takes these relational bonds to bring him out of that. And that's always been one of the cores of all Final Fantasy, is that how do you overcome, you know, these really intense things that bring you into mental health crises, and how does the world fix itself? And the answer is together. Like, that's the real answer. And it sounds so corny, but every story tries to express this in a creative way that connects with you as the audience, that resonates with you, that teaches you that lesson, that gives you that message. And Final Fantasy VII was always effective for me, but this is doing it more effectively than anything else in the game. And it is heavy in this game.
I forget things everyone else remembers just fine. And know things I've got no right knowing. It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin.
Go on.
So the way that he described that, it's very similar to, it's like a more coherent explanation of his psychic state than we got even in the OG after the Lifestream sequence, when he talks about who he is. You know, it was just a mixture of all those things. You know, this is a very coherent description of what his actual experience is like. And so it'll make his return to form, to his true self, like the awakening of real Cloud, it'll make that feel much more coherent. And I think the payoff's good. You know, so this is a really solid setup to a good narrative payoff in part 3. But it's in itself, it gives us enough information to know what's going on. And so that's really hard to give some kind of expletive payoff in a middle part. And I think it does it. So that's one of the reasons why I think this is so strong. This is so much stronger than most middle part narratives, and why I think that its narrative is impressive and does stand out from other games this year.
Soldiers' cells degrade. I think that's what's happening to me. That I'm falling apart.
That's not going to happen to you.
Owner says in Twitch, it says that the way that Tifa forgives him for almost killing her is kind of wild. It is kind of wild, but the game does a really good job establishing that it's not insanity. It's not it's the way that you're supposed to treat sick people, is with grace. You know, it gives enough context throughout. And also, there's enough indicators in the way that she's talking to Aerith that they're kind of in on what's happening to him. They know what's happening to him. And so the game consistently drives home, you know, that there's a difference between the way that, you know, like that stranger treats the Mako junkie in the beginning of part 1 of remake, you know, like, oh damn, Mako junkie, when they see him twitching out, and the way that the party and his friends are treating him. And that's the path to healing for a lot of people. And any like, I'm not saying that, you know, mental health specialists and therapists and professionals aren't critical for recovery from mental illness. That they are, but they will tell you too that relations, support systems, friendships, those are all the paths that they try and help cultivate for you if you're getting well. You know, so this is driving home a lot of this messaging about the way we treat our sick, you know, and the way that we treat the stigmatized mentally ill. And it's why, you know, Remake did the Embrace the Awkward, Seize the Awkward campaign. And I think messaging wise, it was really good that they did that. You know, you see those billboards. There were some design elements that I think could have helped market the game better. Like, it doesn't even say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the Seize the Awkward. It just says Seize the Awkward. And there's two characters that most young people wouldn't recognize. And no branding. I think that was perhaps like could have been done a little better. But like the messaging, it sort of indicates that's what this game's about, you know?
You saved me before. Now it's my turn. Aw, worried about little old me?
Aye, that's right. Worried.
Come on. Sorry.
So that was the famed almost kiss. You know, shipping stuff aside, the chemistry in the scene's really good. Cloud, I think, has good chemistry with a lot of characters. I'm not saying this to be like middle of the road. I think there are scenes in the end that have really good chemistry too. That said, though, the almost kiss is it's if you care about the story, you care about like all of the characters and stuff like that and their journey, you're gonna like that scene. You know, I know people that are hardcore Clara shippers that like that scene. It's just an indication of what happens when Cloud starts to become authentic. Tifa's authentic with her. Something interrupts the scene, you know, and it's a teaser. But then we have that bit of dialogue that's silenced in the English version, but there are subtitles for it in some of the languages. But Brianna White recently like commented on it. It's like, I don't know what it says, and so she made up some. Do you guys remember what she made up? You know, it was like, I can't remember what it was. It was silly, if I recall. Are you in the boat that part 3 will lead to FF10-3? I'm all for that boat ride. No, I'm not in that. I mean, I don't mind that there's wild shit going on, but I mean, I'm not against it. I just don't see that. Meet me applesauce. That's right. Yeah. Meet me applesauce. So she just came up with it. So I don't think we can definitively say that we know what's said there. And that Nojima really wanted it to not be voiced. Or he didn't say why. He just said that he always wanted to do that. And he's like, oh, this is a good one. You know, but to me, it indicates like my first watching it blind without any of that context. My first thought on it is like, that's a choice that they made. And what it's supposed to sort of tell us is that there's this relationship between Aerith and Tifa, you know, and that Aerith is operating out of some sort of insight when she says whatever she says. And it's kind, it's gentle, it's a little bittersweet the way that she says it, you know? It's something along the lines of it's okay, you know, or, you know, get checked, you know? Now we all have the clap. No, I don't think she says anything like that. It's something reassuring, you know, like it's this vibe, you know. Dumb jokes aside. Back to being Cloud. Okay. So that was in my opinion, like the best sequence overall in the game. Quality beginning to end. And I think it was intentionally set up to be like this is a lot of what we're getting from part 3. The musical motif is so unique to this sequence, and they intentionally left every single music composition that's in this sequence off of the main soundtrack. And I think it's going to be almost the mainstay of what we see through most of Rebirth. It's just a different, it's you know, more interstellar, but all of the songs sound like they belong together, but none of them are exactly the same. So it feels like they're just creating this new motif. So I think that motif is going to play a big part in part 3. And I think everything surrounding the Lifestream sequence will be a lot more of everything. I think the core experience of the Lifestream sequence is going to be largely intact. It's probably going to have the same players, but I think there will be additional things before, during, and after, you know, that sort of bolster the impact to make it consistent with a 3-game, 400-hour experience. You know, I just don't see them not doing that.
So basically, we got some nasty looking black whispers going up against the planet in the Lifestream. And these whispers are with Sephiroth, right?
Yep, they are.
Yeah, at least that's how it looked to me while I was in there.
And? Any idea who was winning? Could you tell?
The planet. The Lifestream. Us.
Well, of course we are. What did you expect? This is the...
It's weird that she says that, because I think maybe overall that could have been her view of it. But the last thing that happened is that Sephiroth literally materializes and rips her ass out of the thing. So I wonder if she remembers that. Would this Aerith know what the White Whispers were doing or have a hand in protecting Tifa? It is insane, Night Sky Prince. I'm telling you, dude, in 720p it looks better. But you should hop over to the YouTube stream just to look.
Planet we're talking about. Y'all know she's gonna pour her heart and soul into this fight. Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry. She knows Sephiroth ain't going down easy, and that she needs others to step up. But we're the only ones who can, don't you see? We need to commit, put our lives on the line to save her.
That's right. We got to sign up for Blue Sky.
Yeah, you bet we are.
Night Sky Prince has been pushing a lot of creators to join Blue Sky, and I couldn't be more proud of him for that. And I fully support that.
Like Cosmo Canyon.
The home of planetology. It's right around the corner, isn't it?
And do they have materia there? Because if they do, I am in, like all in.
Since time immemorial, it has been a place for both planetary energies and ancient wisdom. Of course we...
Say no more! Let's ride, people!
Wow, Reg, what's got you so excited?
I grew up there.
Yeah, Ryan?
That settles it. We've got ourselves a pilgrimage to make.
While it won't be an easy trek, this ought to speed things up. A free flyer pilot works out of an old airstrip nearby.
Sidolphus. Sidley.
Wait and follow the trail. You can't miss it. And I should...
Top-notch outfit design for Cisne, by the way.
This here's Fango. He's taken quite a liking to you. Sure, he'd be more than happy to give you guys a lift.
Fango Dango Django. Wait till I go outside, Ryan.
For everything.
The pleasure was all mine. And if you need anything else, just ask around the village.
Nenvis did ask about do I think Rebirth will win Game of the Year, and have I talked about it? I have talked about Game of the Year a lot this stream, but I'm going to talk about it every stream, and it's okay to talk about it over and over. So my thoughts on Game of the Year are I really think it's a coin toss at the actual Game Awards between this, Astrobot, and Metaphor. From the journalists that I've talked to that actually do have a vote, that's how I feel. Personally, I think that Rebirth is like a 9.7 and Metaphor is like a 9.6. I do think Metaphor has a more impressive narrative. Like I said before, I think both narratives fall apart at the end, but for different reasons. Rebirth for being sometimes a little too ambitious to the point of feeling maybe it's losing its identity a little bit, or that there's like a lack of confidence in storytelling sometimes a little bit, and I waver on that constantly. But I think that's a very easy thing to walk away from that feeling. Like it's almost intended that you feel that way. And that's a choice that I think is worthy of criticism. Metaphor does the opposite, where it's almost a little too tropey in the way that it ends. Both games, I think, hit their narrative strides at about the 3/4 mark, right? So here in Rebirth, and August and September in Metaphor. But I think that Metaphor delivers on its messaging a little bit more, and I think it does that more easily because it's a fully self-contained story. And it's just easier to deliver on messaging when the thesis statement of your messaging reaches its conclusion within the title. In the second part of a 3-part series, delivering a conclusion is not going to happen. So Metaphor, I think, does clear story-wise. Soundtrack-wise, I just sort of... I think they're 50-50. I love a lot of the tracks. There's some bangers. I've been listening to more Metaphor, but re-listening to the Lifestream tracks again, I'm back on 50-50. Every other way, though, from a gameplay standpoint, I think what Rebirth does is just more impressive. I think it takes an open world game and makes it narrative for the first time that I feel is really impressive. It does what Rockstar and Ubisoft have been trying to do. It does what Horizon has been trying to do, is make a compelling story happen within an open world game. But what it does is it puts the story at the front and the open world portion at the base, and succeeds in a way that no other game in the genre has ever done. And I also think the combat is just more fun. I think there are elements of gameplay design and UI that Metaphor does better, though. So again, if either win, I'm so happy. I'm so happy if either of those win. Astrobot deserves it. It is the apex of video game. It's the best platformer I've played since Galaxy. I probably like it a little bit more than Galaxy. But I just didn't have as much net fun as I like these games more. So they're my Game of the Year. You know, so that's my rant once again on Game of the Year. Night Sky Prince, if you're Stellar Blade better at least be nominated for Best OST. I agree, yeah. Dipping out for fear of metaphor spoilers. I didn't spoil any details. But anyways, Ryan, if you're still here, look at fucking Gongaga. Isn't this what Gongaga was supposed to look like? Like, holy shit.
Still can't find it in your heart to trust me.
Like, we can go to other Gongaga areas. Okay, never mind. Metaphor has a better soundtrack. I fucking hate this song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it makes me a bad person. This is really a divisive track. People either love or hate this. This is fine. Yeah. See? We got the owner saying I love this. I love the version without vocals way more. Me too. So the track changes as you complete more towers.
Gonna finish it quick. You're gonna feel this one.
You're gonna feel this. Gotcha.
Oh, I gotta change my materia around again.
That's it. That's the way to do it.
Okay. Let's change parties. Do I have HP up? I do have vitality up. Whatever. Okay, you need first strike too. Where's my first strike at? Give. Oh wow, I have this maxed out? Okay. I don't need that. Limit siphon, that's what I need. Oh yeah. I need another petrify. God damn it. Okay. That's fine. I'll figure something out. Let's do... Freaky little mongoose. That's the lyric, by the way. It's freaky little mongoose. I know you don't know that. Why would you, you know? But just don't worry about it. You know what? She could use auto unique ability, or... Yeah, let's give her some of the fucking gambits. She could also use spirit, too. Nah, it's okay. Actually, auto weapon ability might be good. Yeah, let's see what she does with that. Okay, auto unique ability, and let's do auto weapon ability. See what is, so he passively gets he's my XP gatherer right now till we go to the fucking geek cave. I need more MP ups. Okay, all right, actually I need petrify. I need one more petrify. I don't have another petrify materia. God damn it! Oh yeah, and he needs enhanced expeditionary medal. Go to Damarang, and Shote will give her the Choco King cape. Choco King cape. Freaky little mongoose. Did you guys know that it says, hey, Robert M. Auto unique does warp, which is nice. It keeps her alive longer. Hold on, I'm gonna message Ryan, tell him that he needs to come back to the stream. This is fun, by the way, guys. Wow, 44 viewers on YouTube and 40 on Twitch. Hey, guys. Holy shit. Oh, you're still there. Okay, sweet. Okay, look at this shit. Remember how annoying this area was? Like, you'd had to play it in 30 FPS? Because it just looked horrifying. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, you'll probably wait for the...
On the airstrip, or
either the
what's left of it.
PS5 Pro to come down.
Definitely seen better days.
Which will never happen.
Say that again. It's more crater than runway.
Are you kidding me? So we came here for nothing?
Maybe not. See that?
Oh, a Republic telephone booth, eh? Worth a wee look.
Republic. The Republic of Junon had telephones. But Shinra came in with their Twitter and their cell phones. And Elon Palmer with his SpaceX. But something else, but I mean, yeah, you probably will never buy a Pro, because I don't blame you, because they're going to be probably $1,000 after inflation, after tariffs. But the PC version of this, which is, you know, we can expect to come out. I don't think that's a unfair thing. Is probably going to be the way that you want to re-experience Rebirth.
Set up smoke and we'll be right with you, folks. Bronco Airlines. Seriously? Guess so.
So, find anything?
Yeah, we gotta send up smoke.
Like, with a fire?
Wait, you've never heard of smoke signals? Wow. What are they teaching
Even the
you,
facial
Midgar?
detail is higher than quality mode was, too.
Well, leave it to someone who
Hey,
knows
Eric
more
the Beard,
than
thank
just
you.
enough.
Peter Bladestruck said Gongaga Trek has borrowed vocal samples from some French song, if I recall
This
correctly.
is taking too long. But I can speed things up.
Okay, real quick. So, if I said that, that's not quite true. It is stock audio that has been featured in many songs, most famously, other than this, a French pop song. And it might be Belgian, but the language is French. I can't quite remember. Jean, do you happen to be in chat? Well, this like with the fire, sis, how else? With smoke materia. Gene, okay. You know what? I will message Gene. He for sure has it. Oh, you think you found it? Thanks. Thanks. Thanks, ours. At the 3-minute mark? Hold on. Let me pull that up. At the 3-minute mark, okay. Can you guys hear it? No, you guys can't, can you? Oh, it's because I unplugged an audio source. We'll do... Good find. Good find. Somebody on Reddit found it first. But yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're a wizard, ours. Okay, back to the game.
Come to me, airplane. Follow the smoke. Come to me, airplane. Follow the smoke.
This is ridiculous.
Look. Right on cue.
Well, I'll be damned.
Told you I'd speed things up. Over here.
All right, here is a divisive part of the game. Yeah, I can link it over here too. Let me. There you go. That is the song. Let me know if the audio desyncs. Sometimes when I pause too much, the audio desyncs. I don't know why that is. Here's Sid.
Where to, folks?
Cosmo Canyon, please.
You talk? The hell kind of magic trick is this?
Okay, so right off the bat, here's what I'll say about Sid. We don't have enough of a picture of his character to know how his arc's going to play out. It seems fine enough. For the most part, he's a polite Southern gentleman in the game, in OG. It's really hard in a game that goes by that quickly to not see the blaring, spouse hitting, drink your goddamn tea guy. But for the most part, this is pretty consistent. But the voice, dead on, I think is really good for the character. I've always been like, oh, does he need to be, like a country sounding guy? And yeah, he does. Like, this looks right. You expect somebody that sounds like this. It's pretty perfect. Also, thank you for acknowledging how weird it is. The animals talk.
How many of you we got? Too many. But
One of you's gonna have to work.
likes a challenge. With hazard pay, I'd say this is fair. And since I don't have much else going on, I'll be here scratching my ass till y'all pony up.
Yeah, let's pay the pilot's fee.
Much obliged.
His facial detail looks a lot better
Hop on board
too.
and sit where I tell you. Gotta make sure my baby's balanced just so.
Yeah. Yeah, subtext says it in on the YouTube chat, which is that like in this instant he's literally offering a service to customers versus being interrupted on a bad day. So we meet the character in a different way. Because the story is a little different. All right? Because this is an adaptation. There we go. No shit, kid. Who do you think I am? There it is. That's Sid. That's the most Sid line that he has, you know?
President and pilot of Bronco Airlines, and I win. Pleasure having you aboard.
Okay.
I must admit, I
Poor
didn't expect
Roche.
to find a willing participant. You are truly a model soldier, my boy.
Sadonka honk. Badonka donk.
I'd hold still if I
That's
were
what I'm gonna call him
you.
to
Wouldn't want any
Finny from now on.
complications.
Thanks, Ars.
Professor. Since you're so committed, I'm going to give you a special treatment. One that will surely make you into a hero.
Using the idea of being a hero to do this horrible shit.
Taken years, but now it takes a mere 18
Once this would have taken years, but now
and my singular genius.
it's taking 18 hours. So Hojo is upping the ante with his weird soldier shit. You know? So this is a new treatment. So this is shit we haven't seen before. No lore lord knows what the fuck Hojo is doing right now. Okay?
Stand at the forefront of science, my brilliance a guiding light.
Hojo ODZ?
Of course, we pioneers must be ready to do what others are not.
Little Genova
Though even
chunkies.
I wouldn't dare attempt to improve upon perfection.
Okay, yeah, but looking at that and saying that that's perfect. You're a freak. Hojo's a little freaky boy. Probably not little. If he can outplay Vincent. Look how good the Grand Canyon looks.
Uh-oh.
What?
Thought maybe planes would...
Look at that water.
Out in here? Open a window.
Hey, see it?
Yeah?
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
worried about flying around in the open
Yeah.
like this? What if Shinra sees us?
Shinra don't own the skies. Shitheads couldn't stop me even if they tried.
I like that they made
Me are gonna get along just fine.
Sid into a fucking libertarian,
Loose now.
you know?
Yep. Bringing her down.
Watcher
Okay,
of the
folks,
Veil.
We're here. Brought you as far as I could. Hope y'all don't mind walking, cause now you're on your own.
What about the next time we need a lift?
Send up a signal. Just make sure I got room to land. Happy trails to you.
The Veil's this way.
This very country version of Alone on Our Way, or On Our Way, is it's good, like from a technical perspective, but I don't like it. And it's like you can't wait for the theme song to start. Cosmo Canyon is probably the most memorable song from my childhood playing this game, or my, teenagehood playing this game. It just looks better. It does, yeah.
Back to the planet. This one's for you. All set. It's on you.
Hang back.
The way the two musical scores intersect here is really good too. It's so just this game is so good. In terms of video games, this is really good. And okay, so this area is one of the more improved areas too. They're all improved. It's all improved. It's all better. But like you can really feel this, how good this looks. You felt that Cosmo Canyon dragged a bit. I felt like the part with Barrett and Red dragged a little bit, but everything else I thought was good. Particularly like the Gi tribe stuff, like after you do the cave of the Gi. Then I think it's just like non-stop good.
Shawnee, that you?
Who's Shawnee? One of your chocobos? Did they run away from home?
My apologies. I don't believe we've met.
Only thing that dragged was these nuts across your face. ODZ!
Goodness, no. Shawnee's my daughter. She's a chocobo jack.
He doesn't mean that.
Was till she fell off her mount.
That's just how he is.
Since then, she's completely lost her nerve. Refuses to get back in the
I'm not doing any side quests until...
Oh. Tell me, you kids any good at riding?
Yeah, we dabble.
Wonderful. In that case, how would you like to use my training course? I had everything built brand new just for Shawnee, but now it's going to waste. Someone ought to put it to good use, don't you think? And who better than you young go-getters?
I don't know.
Ever run a ring course? It's simple. You strap yourselves in and fly through a series of hoops. I reckon you won't find a course like mine anywhere else.
Whoa! That sounds amazing! You want to try it, right? Imagine how jealous everyone will be.
I love that even side quests have such good facial animations.
Say, is that Apony I spy there? Caught yourself a fine bird, you did. Go ahead and ride her over to the training course. Twisting paths and bewildering brushlands, she'll guide you through it all with ease.
Yeah, we can go to the Chocobo training course, I guess. Or we could just not. Yeah, I'm not doing side quests.
Just hit me. You don't get sick on Chocoback.
Amazing, isn't it? It's like my chocobo and I share one mind, one body, one soul.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe my body just hates Shinra cars, trains, and boats. They ought to find a way to make the ride smoother for their stuff. Put R&D to work.
Think they got other priorities.
That's true.
I don't remember that dialogue. I'm sure it was there. It's never been committed to memory. That is interesting. I think so. Like, if I'm getting motion sick in a car, I have to drive, and then I'm not motion sick. So I don't know if there's any relation. Oh, I forgot these puzzles. Yeah, you can do these puzzles. But once you do them, I don't care anymore. Alright. You don't have to do it in hard mode, so I'm not doing it. Okay. We're going here.
something. You said old Sephiroth's come back from the dead.
I do remember this dialogue.
But that's a bad thing. So, what I want to know is, how'd they do it? And what's he after?
He wants to save the planet.
But
He wants to save the planet.
good guy?
It's not what he's doing, but how. He doesn't give a shit if everyone dies in the process.
There you go.
Sounds like a total nutter. I mean, there's not much point in having a planet if there's no one left to enjoy it, is there?
That said, let's not forget that we still got a whole nother problem. One that's reared its ugly head time and time again.
You know, it could just be me. I have bad hearing, but I'm having trouble hearing the speech volume over the music. Oh, that's right. You can change it to the controller speaker. Song volume is different than music volume. Interesting. That makes sense.
Bunch of assholes who won't stop till they blare the planet dry. Sin. To hit them where it hurts, we'll need to leverage those connections of yours. But if you even think about stabbing us in the back...
You sure you want to fight for it?
You had your chance. Let's finish this.
Surprises there.
No. Goodbye.
I'm backing off a bit. Ready?
You ready?
To the limit and beyond.
You're gonna feel this.
There. I can do that again.
It feels so good to fight in this game. I've played so many turn-based games. Okay. Fuck.
Hey, you don't think you'll walk away from this? Bring it!
You're not getting away. It's on now. Nothing to it.
Behold Cosmo Canyon, a sacred sanctuary where the planet's greatest minds gather.
It's beautiful. More than I ever imagined. Come on, let's pick up the pace. I can hear it calling my name.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, hear that? No music? Oh, that's nice. That's so nice. Okay. I mean, okay. I like that as you first get to this area, like you're in the Cosmo Canyon region, and you're getting a version of the overworld theme. I like that, okay? I don't need the whole region to have the Cosmo Canyon theme, you know? That said, I was so excited to hear the Cosmo Canyon theme. And so this like silence as you walk up to it, I remember like vibrating. I got to experience this game in such a unique and lovely way. Really, because, and I can't ever, no matter what happens, I'll never be anything but grateful to Square Enix for trusting me with the review, because I had nobody in my ear. And that is just not a thing that you get to do anymore. It's so hard. I mean, it's not impossible. A lot of people figure out how to do that. Just turn a lot of people have better self-restraint than I do. But for somebody without it, it was a treat. You know, it was a real treat. I am seeing an influx of frame drops now. Are you guys seeing that too? I'm not on YouTube, so that's fine.
Hey, guys! It's me! I'm back! Nanaki? I can't believe it! It really is you! We were so worried! Welcome home!
Whoa!
Now, why don't you go pay your respects to fellow Bugenhagen? Go on! You can let them through. They're good people. I promise. After all, they're the reason I'm here.
Okay.
What the hell was that?
I do like Barrett's response.
It's me.
Yeah.
He's such a softie.
And then Eris like, yeah, I've known all along. Where have you been?
Gotta check something. An airship dropped these on us this morning. Wanted posters of the terrorists who bombed those reactors. Huh. But I think we can say you had nothing to do with all that. Even
The
if
moment I
Nanaki
felt the
hadn't
game
vouched
drag,
for you,
yeah.
it's obvious. Welcome to the sanctum of planetology, Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah, to have time to play it too is really good. Without anybody in here. But here it is. Here's that music. It's delicious.
Yeah. Look after this place while we're gone.
I will. You be careful out there, and may the planet keep you safe.
Thanks for keeping watch over the veil.
My pleasure. Are you about to head out on patrol?
Yeah. Look after this place while we're gone.
I will. You be careful out there, and may the planet keep you safe.
Thanks for keeping watch over the veil.
My pleasure. Are you about to head out on patrol?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I will. You be careful out there.
I'm going to turn the music down even more. Which is sad because I love the music. But I do want to go over some of the dialogue here. Certain songs and cutscenes I'm keeping, so we'll just try this. Okay.
And may the planet keep you safe.
That windmill generates energy for us. It's out. I don't know what he's been through, but it must have been bad.
Still, he's home safe now. We owe the planet a
Hearing them talking about the scar over his eyes and the fact that he looks different now, it is an interesting.
The amount produced gets divvied up to satisfy all our needs.
Like, will we get Red 13 backstory from before Crisis in something modern? I hope so.
Here in the canyon. You see that wanted poster? Pictures look nothing like us.
Yeah.
That way for a reason.
Gotta keep on our toes.
I love that Kate Sith says nothing, even though he's the reason we look different.
Know this. To offer a prayer.
Of it. As such, the life with which she is blessed.
Okay, so
That must one day be returned.
there is a little bit of a vibe, and I've talked about this, where it feels like white people appropriating indigenous culture all throughout this, and it feels almost intentional the way they're depicted. And from what I understand, in discussing this with Turquoise, this seems to be a little bit of a localization choice. Like some of the characterization that the locals have as being like these kind of pretentious Whole Foods culture tourists, you know, is something added to the localization that you don't really catch that, you know, crystal sales vibes that you get. And if you've ever been to the real world equivalents to this region, which is like Sedona, Arizona, areas around the Grand Canyon, Springdale, Utah, which is right next to Zion National Park, you get that there's like these like tourists to indigenous culture that come in here and then like commodify spiritual healing and stuff like that in this, you know, sometimes disrespectful way. It does give that vibe. You know, there are you can go to these places that are that really have this kind of negative undertone. I like checking out the bonfire area during the day. It gets really pretty later in the story. We'll get there shortly. I love the hieroglyphs here. You can actually make them out now. It looks like falling stars. Doesn't look like a meteor though. It looks something more akin to the, you know, just meteor showers that we see. And then we can come over and looking at the sealed door mural before. Oh, like in the daytime is interesting. This is a depiction, seemingly, of the fire, the Lantern Festival.
Fellow Bugenhagen has forbidden anyone from entering.
Yeah, but you can't stop me. I am stronger than you. So I would love to just go get that part out of the way so I don't have to rearrange my materia for Baird and...
You must be Nanaki's friends. He's gone up to the observatory, if you're wondering.
Who's Nanaki? You're undergoing maintenance, you bitch. Alright.
Hearken to the wisdom of the planet.
How do you hope they handle abilities in part 3? I get having similar moves. I want these abilities plus new ones. I want like a bunch new ones. I want you to start with these abilities. It worked for this, but I agree, like getting the same ability on new weapons and then having all those old weapons just in your display case. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to go take care of that. I think I finally can take care of that. Can I go back to Corel yet? I can't. Alright. Fast travel's not available because Red's out of the party.
Is fellow Bugenhagen gonna come down today? I don't know. The other day he said his back was hurting a lot.
Yeah, most kids aren't as small as the kid in Gongaga, which is... yesterday on stream, we found this child in Gongaga that I haven't noticed before, who is absurdly small. Like, it is the smallest child. Like, smaller than Marlene. Like, it was almost like, is that a glitch? Oh, yeah. Can I buy...
Right. How can I be of service?
please come again.
Crazy to think these caves.
No other store has this many books dedicated to planetology. We're lucky to have it.
So you would expect this bookstore to be the best one, because it's Cosmo Canyon. But it's kind of mid. But the library and the observatory is nice. I do like the Tiger Lily weapons. This is a great great ode to the OG. There's a lot of compositional stuff that looks really keeps the OG in mind, and the weapon shop is one of them. The more open air look, I think, worked out really well.
I'm gonna become a no matter where you stand.
But this area looks so much better on the Pro. No title's been revealed. I think most people think it's Return.
I was to become a watcher of the veil like those.
I think enough people feel like it's Return that it might be Return even if that wasn't what they were thinking in the first place.
Now that I'm home and have repaid my debt to you, I plan to serve my village once more. I appreciate all that you've done for me. Thank you.
We're really gonna miss you, Red.
Oh, don't say that. You're only making this harder. I mean, I wish we had more time, but this is my duty.
I suppose it was your duty to act the old man.
I wanted you to treat me as an equal, not a dog.
No, nothing. Is that you, my boy?
Coming!
So, was that goodbye?
Nah, I'm sure we'll see him around the canyon. The real question is, why'd we come here? To learn the secrets of planetology. Come on!
Can't forget that materia.
As for me... that'll do. I'm gonna steal some shut-eye, if you don't mind.
Then we can see the sights.
Look at these rock.
Learn well the joys of giving. Generosity is a
Reeves busy.
Our world is sustained by an unending cycle. All that passes from us shall one day return. Those who sacrifice shall be made whole.
An eternity compared to the brief moment that is a human life.
Learn well the joys of giving. Generosity is a great virtue, one which the planet will reward in kind.
Yep.
We are not made lesser for it. Our world is sustained by an unending cycle. All that passes from us shall one day return. Those who sacrifice shall be made whole.
So I mean, they do a good job of blending, like, you know, like kind of common sense, good sort of virtuous messaging about saving the planet and respecting the planet, and then weird culty stuff like that, you know, like, yeah, you should definitely give, maybe to us, you'll get rewarded in heaven. I remember being disappointed that that ladder leads nowhere. Oh, there's the little Nanaki guy. He's in offline mode. He is in offline mode. I still don't understand how Kate Sith works. And you never will. They'll never fully explain it. They'll just add little details. I like that even in like the most holistic, crunchy place on this planet, people still out here playing Magic the Gathering, collecting their Genovified Pokemon cards.
Lift your gaze to the heavens.
Welcome, friend.
The Starlet.
If you're looking for a drink,
Professor Gast.
Yeah.
I hope you know that your legacy lives
Here he
on,
goes.
that your discoveries paved the way for our successes. What other scholar could ever hope to match your passion and excellence?
I like Aerith has no response.
You have to leave us. Every day I strain to listen and plug out your voice from the planet's chorus.
Yeah, this is what subtext was talking about. So it's a really interesting dialogue about Professor Gast. I mean, we know Professor Gast is really heavily involved in this area, not just because of the idea of planetology and the study about the Lifestream, but we know that him and Bugenhagen were friends. We know that from before Crisis. And we don't know who founded Avalanche. Not really. We know who the leaders were at a certain point.
What if people start thinking you're with Avalanche?
welcome, friend, to the Starlit Pub. If you're looking for a drink,
But where do avalanches happen? They happen in the snow. So you wonder if Professor Gast founded Avalanche. If they made that connection, it wouldn't feel too contrived to me. Some people have been like, nah, that's too convenient. Like, because, oh, Aerith has a connection to Avalanche too. Her dad started it. That's dumb. No, that's fine. I like that. That's more serendipity, and I like that. There's a level of synchronicity and serendipity in storytelling that can be charming.
A lot of folks
You know?
downplay the planet's peril, but if they saw the weapons up close like we did, they'd have no choice but to acknowledge how bad it really is. Folks around here, though, they get it. They want what's best for our planet. You can see it in their eyes. Wonder if it ain't too late to recruit them to Avalanche.
if you're looking for a drink, the torch is our biggest hit.
The torch.
Liquor has an herbal bouquet that's indescribable.
Oh yeah, listening to talking about like liquor flavor profiles.
We are siblings all, born of one mother, with boundless love for her children. She serves as both cradle and crucible. When our journey ends and our return is ordained, we go as beings honed by lives well lived. A bond to the planet that ensures the cycle continues.
Ensure the cycles continue.
And for our
Thus do I urge you to hearken to that voice, that of the planet or souls.
It's so great learning about planetology with everyone.
And I do like that there's tourists too. You know?
A seminar is in progress. Please be respectful.
I will refuse.
Blessings of the planet upon you. Disciples of her teachings gather here to share their experiences.
Here's
Through these
the
seminars we learn from one another and together enrich our lives.
the AA meetings.
Participation in the seminars requires a special invitation from a mentor. Without one, I'm afraid you cannot join. Perhaps you might instead consider taking part in the River of Lights ceremony. I suspect you'd enjoy it.
Indeed. Reminder to anybody on Twitch that's just joining, if you're having issues with the image quality, it should be streaming at 1440p over on YouTube. It's up to you what you want to use.
All the time I've spent here listening.
So many seminars.
I ask you this.
with boundless love for her children.
We yearn to chase the horizon.
All right, we'll go.
Tell me, is it better to spread the teachings of planetology to others, or to focus on deepening our own understanding? Which would you say is a more worthy pursuit?
They are both one and the same. Wouldn't you agree?
Equally.
They are as much a part of the planet as it is a part of us.
Balance in all things.
Our planet is the greatest artist. The way the shadows carve out the red stone, it's perfectly balanced.
I cannot wait to see how Snaps is related to the Ever Crisis cameraman that becomes a reunion clone.
For we are her children, one and all. This wonderful planet is always watching over us, ever keeping calamity at bay. If people everywhere resolved to not take her bounty for granted, and offered up prayers of gratitude, no man, woman, or child would suffer.
I mean, that's a bold claim, but it is really true. It's there's the frustration of humanity's peril that really, if everybody just behaved, we could have it all, right? But that's clearly never happened in the history of time. Everybody behaving. It's not a real solution. And so, you know, seeing the pitfalls of idealism is really something that you can highlight when you're presenting, you know, all these different extreme pursuits of humanity's relationship with the planet and themselves. Damn. Look at it. It looks so good.
Ah, not so fast. Sorry, but visitors aren't allowed in here.
Oh, but we'll go check that
this
out.
is where we keep all our valuables.
What is this? Motorcycle parts? Yeah, that's like that's the first motorcycle you ride. And then up at top here at the look how cool that windmill looks right there. That windmill is in the distance. Look, oh man. This game is so good. Look at all this stuff. This is such a big game. I do wish we could look through the telescope. When the PC version inevitably comes out, I'll play the game from a fresh save so that we can do the Avalanche side quests and stuff like that. Because those are all tied to Gears and Gambit, so you can't redo them. Or are you just going to say I can't be here?
If we've anything to fear, it is not our fellow man, nor any creature big or small, with whom we share our home. It is that which comes from beyond the confines of this world.
Okay, so that which comes from beyond the confines of this world. This random stranger in Cosmo Canyon talking about how the threat is alien.
Which disrupts the natural order. The other which may attempt to claim and consume the planet. And so I bid you, her children, to join hands and come together. For united, we shall never succumb to fear of celestial calamity.
Celestial calamity. This is such a weird little segment. First of all, the person talking isn't wearing like Cosmo gear.
If we've anything to fear, it is not our fellow man, nor any creature big or small, with whom we share our home. It is that which comes from beyond the confines of this world. That which disrupts the natural order.
This random fucking Genova truther up here and just being like, fuck aliens, right?
Oh, these are the friends I was talking about.
Thank you for looking after Mamaki. My name is Gongaga. I teach planetology here in the canyon. One could say I know a thing or two about our world.
A thing or two? I doubt there's a thing or two you don't know about it.
I don't love his voice.
Well, it might seem that way to a child.
I get it. It's fine.
I'm not a child anymore. I'm 48.
40 what?
Mamaki here has a long life ahead of him. In human terms, I would say he's about 15 or 16 years
But it's
old.
what we get now, so...
That's more than old enough. I can protect our Vale and everyone in it. Which is more than I can say for my good-for-nothing father.
Oh, man.
Speaking of the members of our little community, have you announced your return to one and all, Mamaki?
Not yet. Be right back.
But where are my manners? Please, come in and have a look around.
Okay. So one of the things I wanted to do is I only want to do the Red 13 side quests now after he's got a changed voice. Couple reasons. I want to see if they're different in a significant way. 2, it's the voice that we're going to have to get used to now from Red 13. So I'm trying to get used to it. You know? Okay, so let's take in all the details here. Great rug. Right off the bat. Look at that. Good fucking rug in the Cosmo Observatory. Ah, it looks so clear. This part was so frustrating to look at. This was a part that I remember. Okay, I'm switching to quality. I'm struggling through 30 FPS. A lot of lorem ipsum, but that's okay. Still. Alright, drawings of the... There's the color spectrum right there. So this is obviously, you know, for the telescope.
Oh, have my devices piqued your curiosity? They are essential to my studies of the planet.
He's like that old dude, you know, that like really wants to tell you about some shit only he's interested in it, and like brings you in and mansplains every fucking thing.
That records fluctuations in various energies. I must ask that you handle it with care. It's a rather delicate device, you see.
I like this creature skeleton. There's a lot of fossils in Cosmo Canyon too, which is cool.
While that may appear to be little more than a glistening mineral at a glance, it is in fact a crystallized collection of our planet's memories.
Singing to me of the planet's wisdom. Don't you worry, my dear.
I'll find a way to bring out the full depth
Max
of-
Jama 1. Do you think Zack and Aerith would get back together on the next Final Fantasy VII 3 game, Alive or Dead?
Cross my heart.
Part of it feels that way, but there are other things. They're just little nagging things that make me feel like they're gonna go a different way. But I'd say that I'm 70% in that camp that they'll probably be together in the live stream. But the more I spend time in the project, the more I wonder. So, we'll see.
That's a scale model of our planet and the surrounding stars. One could say the dust it's collected represents the people who live upon it.
There are just too many legitimately fired Chekhov's guns. Like, there's one in particular that if it turns out to be a red herring, is just, it's pretty egregious. And that one is Zack's, it's the one that everybody comes back to. Zack's final words to Cloud are, you have to save her. You know, and so if that's some kind of cop-out, and they don't really explore how that gets responded to, even if it's a failure, like, they really need to spend time focusing on that. And it feels like that's an unwritten check, and I don't know how they're going to cash it. But if you listen to most of my podcast discussions, I still really think that this ultimately does kind of like, character fates are probably going to be the same by the end of the trilogy. Is what I'm at like 60% on. All right, books.
Whoa, whoa. Those devices are testing the pull of gravity.
Yeah, and then also what Marlene said. Zack's like, you get her, buddy. Oh, you've been busy. I'm kind of sad, but hey, at least it's you. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah. It's something. You know, it's one of those things that
Here we seek to gather
nags the back of
wisdom
your
of the
mind.
planet.
Oh, look, the reunion flower. Oh, look, a pumpkin.
We've all been worried sick about Nanaki, fellow Bugenhagen chiefly among us.
So, okay. I always thought that Red got his scars before leaving Cosmo Canyon, but he's got his scars here, and I don't know if they just didn't take the time.
Do you recognize that little scamp? I'll have you know that in his childhood, Nanaki was quite a handful.
Only thing about that you have to save her is that Zack doesn't really have any way of knowing what happened to her in the Prime World. I have thought about that. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. So that, from a technical perspective, understands why he would say that. But from a narrative perspective, why have that be the thing that he says? Right? Like, I'm not really interested in the mechanics of it. Sure, the answer can be no in the real world. You know, a lot of promises are not broken, are broken, and, promises to keep, etc. Sure. That's the real world. But in a story, it's like that it's the last thing he says. It just bothers me. I mean, you are right, though. It's one of those things that just, I don't know where to put that line in any of my theories. you know, in any of the way that I interpret the story.
Anarchy never had much exposure to the outside world. I can only hope his travels with you have served to enlighten him.
Oh, look, a doohickey.
That is one of the first Mako detectors ever built. Though I suspect it can't detect much now.
I guess my thought exercise would be ask what else he would say if immediately ripped away from Cloud. To not say anything would also seem off. Encourage. There's other ways to encourage, you know? You have to beat him. You have to win. You can beat him, you know? Or you have to survive. There's a lot of stuff that he could say that doesn't sound like it was intentionally chosen so that people walk away going, wait. Like, it's very clear that its narrative purpose, at least within Rebirth, was for us to have a seed of doubt. Like, that's its function in the story. Whether that's answered with a somebody gets saved or however it's answered. It was a check that needs funds behind it somehow. Or it needs to bounce, and the bounce needs to be painful, you know? If we're using fiduciary.
You won't find a larger telescope on the planet. With it, you can see to the edge of the galaxy. There's no better view of the stars than through this scope. But the lens could do with some cleaning. My apologies.
The lights we observe here have traveled to us from the far reaches of time and space. To gaze into their past.
So the little VR ball that, you know, that the observatory works off of, we do know that that was gifted by Professor Gast.
There's so much we have yet to learn about the universe.
And it's named after a Sony camera. The Zeiss. Or a lens or something. Some piece of Sony picture tech. In the extended... in the 4th disc on the International Edition.
That's...
The planet crying out. A sorrowful dirge indeed. One I've heard.
Let's keep aging up the metaphor. No, that's all the rage now. Is check fraud. Remember? Have you been watching the Chase Bank money glitch? Okay, hold on just a sec. I've got to take a little quick break. I'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Okay.
Too often of late, this tubing allows us on the surface to hear the inner voice of the planet.
What we just heard didn't come from the planet, though. That was definitely the voice of a weapon.
Yeah.
You seem awfully sure of yourself, miss.
Because we saw them with our own eyes. 2 in the Corral and Gongaga reactors. They were loud and huge.
A fascinating account. Were it true?
Hey, fuck off, Bugenhagen. Oh, quite a bit again? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, I think that did it.
Excuse me?
Oh. Yes. That would do them some good. Judging from everything you've said, the 3 of you are unfamiliar with basic planetology. But it is never too late to learn. Please, come with me.
Wow, he's very intense right here. Are you okay, bro? What? Relax, dude. Ah! I know he was super edgy and gaslighty, but you don't gotta kill Bugenhagen.
I present to you our planetarium. While the Shinra building features the latest iteration, this particular one is my original design. Now then, without further ado,
The 30 FPS pre-rendered scenes.
Wow.
this is only the beginning.
A shooting star.
Planetology is not simply the study of the cosmos and the celestial bodies that dwell in it. Rather, it is a quest
I have stuff to say on this.
the cyclical nature of life. Behold, the planet we call home. It was from its soil, so teeming with life, that mankind was born. And like all living things, man is fated to die. So, what happens next? The body withers and returns to the planet. But What of the mind, the spirit, the soul? Much like its former vessel, it too returns whence it came. To the great river where all intertwine and circle the planet without end. A cycle of continuous convergence and divergence. The ceaseless ebb and flow that is the Lifestream. An apt name, though it is as much a reservoir as it is a stream, being the sum of the planet's spiritual energy. It is the very essence of our star, the blood coursing through its planetary veins. And if ever that essence were to be entirely depleted,
It's pretty hard to do research on Before Crisis. So I'm not sure if I'm alone on this. I know I'm not that alone on this, but I felt pretty underwhelmed by this scene. It felt like a lot of pressure was on the scene to give a more expansive informational dump. It ended up being very essentially one for one to the original, and that ended up not being super interesting to me, you know. So the scene was rushed, wasn't allowed to breathe. I didn't care about that. It's just like watching it, I was like, oh, this is fine, it's whatever. Instead, though, what I found was more fascinating comes at the end of the Gi cave, after the Seto moment, which was rushed and it wasn't allowed to breathe. But after that, then, you know, Gi Natak shows up, and then that whole sequence was sort of the info dump. But like, I understand why, and I think it's got the reasoning why is good, and it's that Bugenhagen doesn't know what's going on, and he shouldn't, because the new meta information is above him. You know, it's something that he's not able to intuit or divine. And when you really think of it in that context, it not only makes sense, but it's appropriate. You know, like the stuff at the end of the highway and remake, that's not stuff that Bugenhagen should be responding to. He does have some responses to the whispers, but you can tell he's as bewildered and as befuddled as we are. And he should be. And so, you know, I after the kind of context of it, now I see it, it's just a faithful recreation. But what that kind of tells me is that a faithful recreation isn't interesting enough for what this project has set out. And Night Sky Prince just released a video on this, and it's been kind of what I've been saying since day one. You've got to deliver more than a faithful remake. You've got to improve the messaging. You've got to improve the themes. And it's hard to do that without new events, especially if they've promised a meta story. The meta messaging has to deliver. You can't just abandon it for some one-to-one meetup. Okay? You can still have your relationships. You can still have all the stuff that you want to see. But new promises need new conclusions. Yeah, exactly. Bugenhagen side quest here does a lot of the heavy lifting because it gets Bugenhagen curious about the new weird stuff happening in the live stream. And I think before what happens to him in part 3 when they return to the city, to the Forgotten Capital. I think what we'll see there is is Bugenhagen with a new attitude, you know, and sort of like a, you know, things are in your hands, I don't know what's going to happen type thing, and new context.
So you're saying that Mako is spiritual energy, which we're using up?
Just so. Siphoned from the planet and processed for industry. That energy can no longer fulfill its true purpose. It is fated to fuel man's machinery, then fade away.
Okay, but does it actually fade away? I mean, what if it doesn't? What if it just returns to the Lifestream in a different form? Is that possible?
Returning to the Lifestream in a different form. So the question that she asks is interesting. And it's something that, I don't know if it's come up in discussions, but is the Lifestream is energy returning to the Lifestream in a different form what's creating Errant Worlds? Or is Errant Worlds seemed, according to Sephiroth, who is the definition of an unreliable narrator, even to us, to the player, it says that it's from Breaking Destiny, which, I mean, I don't discount that, but you wonder if they're establishing something here, is that the different forms in which energy returns to the Lifestream is what's creating these Errant Worlds. You know, it's a question that's been brought up to me. I don't think so, but I'm passing the savings on to you guys.
Another theory, suggestive of a lack of understanding.
Also, fuck you, Bugenhagen, again.
However, that can be overcome with time and education.
Fucking mansplaining.
You rang?
She looks so sad, too, when she's put in her place. Like, it's so fucking mean.
Would you?
Right this way. Okay.
Time for a re-education camp. Also, Aerith having Tifa's back right there is pretty sweet. Like, here, let me come with you now that this old man is fucking... I wanted this weapon. Let me play the piano. The piano theme in here? Unique musical track. One you don't even think to listen to. Okay, how far does this go? Is this a clock? Yeah, it's just a clock. 12.
Got a question. Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like, making the spiritual energy stronger?
Why are you asking me such things?
This is an insane response. His approach, though, is interesting, right? Like, can we make it stronger? Can we make the planet stronger? Why I feel like that's interesting is because there's been stuff associated with Cloud's character that involves infinite potential. You know, and so there is something interesting to his approach.
I'm sorry. I've come to realize that I'm somewhat stuck in the past. We've entered an era in which humanity exerts unprecedented influence over its environs. And as both the planet and society evolve, so too must science. And yet it seems that I cannot. Perhaps I'm much too old of a dog to learn any new tricks.
There's some self-reflection. from Bugenhagen. It's refreshing. After that fucking outburst. Time to go to bed, Grandpa. Okay, so let's go through the Cabinet of Curiosities here as we walk down. And then something cool happens here too.
Taking such great care of Nanaki for us. Fellow Bugenhagen instructed me to let you take anything you think might prove useful on your journey. Check out the storeroom when you have a chance.
And that's that the sky's changing. It's starting to get sunset. I wish you had control over the sky. That is one thing that I think other open world games do that's cool. Like being able to change the night and day cycle is awesome. Even in photo mode, being able to change it like in Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West. Alright, let's look at this. The lighting is very reflective, but yeah, there's little Nanaki, Seto, and what's Nanaki's mom's name again? Why am I forgetting that? Sub-chapter selection, like jump to major checkpoints. Yeah. Yeah, first-party games, like, they don't fuck around at all. Look at this random Tonberry. With those features, like photo mode, mid-checkpoint, like just extreme quality of life precision. First-party games always just to the nines. I love all the little paintings here. Like here's one of the materia caverns. And more pumpkins. Turtle shell. This one right here. Dine. Yeah, I love this picture. This is a cute picture. This is apparently, I mean, going to be the mother of Red's children at the end of the game. Dine. I've always wondered on the naming on that. I wondered if it's a reference to Dene, which is a First Nations American language. All right, let's go down. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. And then this random, like, bit of tech here. Like, this is where random giant monitor and TVs. Like, this is Bugenhagen's stream room. This is the Simba picture. Simba. All the light touches is yours. Yeah, I don't think she has a name, if I remember. Could you ask a off-topic question about Glenn? Yeah. Hell yeah.
Put your faith in our great mother. She would. This village is lame. Did you know none of the materia here is even real? And don't get me started on the planetologists. Bunch of blowhards in love with the sound of their own voice.
I love that she hates the fucking yuppie culture.
Within you all are the planet's thoughts and memories.
Look at this. They're holding some festival today called the River of Lights. Thinking it could be worth checking out.
First, a deep, calming breath through the nose.
Dude, the sun setting here is so cool.
Bugenhagen. By all means, please come and join the seminar. Follow me if you would.
I wish we could leave. Fast travel is locked, but I wish we could leave and look at the rest of the map. But it looks so good. You know?
Sustains us. The cycle of death and rebirth. Go forth.
The extra red tint that it gives all. The lighting is just good. It looks really cool.
To spread the teachings of planetology.
Within you all are the planet's thoughts and memories.
Within you all are the planet's thoughts.
It allows us to heighten our spiritual potency. I invite you to do so now. Set free the secrets within and lift yourselves higher.
So spiritual potency allows you to
Sorrow is not a burden. Far from it. It is yet
Relax.
let you to connect to the planet's memories.
Your very soul. Just as we are a part of the planet. The planet is. Tell me, is it better to spread the
Who's this clown?
Look who it is, folks! Our favorite card shark is back. Is this apex predator still feeling a mite peckish?
Oh yeah, Bernard. No. No.
Feeling camera shy?
Shut up. Alright. Let's go.
I ask you this, who among you has looked inward into the
Universe of the soul.
Just as each of us is a part of the planet is a part of us.
Planet is part of us.
Therefore, does it not follow that to heed the words of one's own heart is in essence to heed the words of our great mother? Thus do I urge you to hearken to that voice, that of the planet.
I think meditation has really helped me attune to the voice of the planet.
Yes.
Everything she says seems so much clearer to me now.
She's not talking to you.
Lately, I felt like I can make out what animals are saying.
Alright, you guys are fucking crazy.
No, seriously. Clear as day. Some kind of dog yelling, "I'm back!"
I fucking love that. That's solid. That's good shit right there. Some kind of dog. Also, again, the feline canine controversy of Red 13's species.
Please be respectful.
I will be respectful. I'm gonna walk real quiet, all ninja-like with my giant metallic sword and all the metal shit I'm wearing.
I've always been on the bigger side, but I've never been into physical stuff. Painting and poetry are more my thing. My old man, he used to say it was a waste, me spending all my time indoors. According to him, a big kid like me was using twice as much spiritual energy as other folks, and I was a burden on the planet. But he was wrong.
Damn.
That extra energy I received from the planet, it was a blessing. And after imbuing it with my compassion and intellect, I'll give it right back. No way is that a waste. It's just the opposite.
Indeed it is. Thank you for sharing.
See, there's a beautiful way to conceptualize,
Would anyone else like to share their
you
story
know,
with the group?
body positivity.
So, my parents are no longer with us. Here, that is. But I believe they're still out there, on another plane. I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world.
Alternate world.
Going there someday.
The
And
world.
over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating
Here it is.
theory. It addressed the issue of what the Lifestream is.
What the Lifestream
arguing
is.
that spiritual energy
It's a
is
manifestation
actually
of our knowledge and
manifestation of our
memories.
knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So
Mhm.
what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts? What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak? It's just an idea, but I hope to find the truth someday.
Well, isn't that splendid?
It's the most
Blessings of the planet be upon
complete explanation of what it seems like we're seeing. You know, it's like I don't want to make it sound like understanding what's going on in Rebirth hinges upon you hearing that random bit of NPC dialogue, because it doesn't. Instead, what it is it's that a lot of people that have played the entire game and had like picked up on kind of the overall composite of the world system will then read or see that and say, that's it. That's what I perceived. That's a concise summary of what it seems like is happening in these interlude sequences, right? This is the good ending for Eddie from Silent Hill 2. Oh my god.
Would anyone else like to share their story? Don't be shy.
Red herring, it's meant to be a breadcrumb. Yeah, or a summary. Yeah.
What about you, miss? You must have a story to share. Please.
Me? Okay. Where to begin? I fell into the Lifestream. I don't have words to describe it, except beautiful, maybe? It was a lot to take in. Feelings of kindness washed over me. Long-forgotten memories came flooding back. It was a warm, comforting place. But there was also conflict. A war between the planet and its enemies. And we can't let them win. We need the planet, and it needs us. We have to rise up, fight back, defend it from this terrible threat.
Just a little this time? Wasn't like that before you came in here? Okay. Well, we'll just do what we've been doing. I appreciate you noticing it so quick. It's weird that it keeps happening, but I don't know. This is the first time I've dual streamed. Next time I might just do YouTube just to see if there's a difference. Okay, I think this probably fixed it.
Thing is, I don't know how to do any of that. And I hoped you might have the answer. I'm not criticizing.
Okay, so the ending suddenly is like a metaphor throwing away a rough draft. said that Cloud looks a lot like... Okay, from reading Traces of Two Paths, there's a part where it talks about Cloud's father, who said that he was an adventurous kind of guy, that he didn't really stay in one place for too long. Said that Cloud looks a lot like his father before he left Dies. After seeing Glenn in the game, learning he was a part of Soldier when he was young, made me think that Glenn is Cloud's father. So there's a lot to say on the Glenn Cloud's dad discussion. There are pieces which make it seem possible. There's also a timeline that he joined Soldier after Cloud was born. And when he goes to Nibelheim in Ever Crisis during the Pumpkin Festival, he says he's never been there before. And this is as a soldier. So that would mean that A, either he's never been there before, B, he lost his memory of who he was and then joined Soldier. It's not impossible, especially around like, Mount Nibelheim, Genova's there, etc. I suppose it's possible. There's some other things. One, it says specifically in Traces of Two Paths that he's handsome, and that's subjective. And that he came in like the wind. I don't know how handsome people think Glenn is, but I don't think that a lot of people say that. So was the Pumpkin Festival NEC a timed event or actual canon for the story? Well, in a canon portion of the game later, the most recent chapter, we find out that Genova appears as Lucretia to Sephiroth in his dreams, and that pumpkin soup is his favorite food, and Genova knows this, and where Sephiroth first tasted pumpkin soup was in the Pumpkin Festival. So sort of it was canon. And the other thing, but it's very convoluted. So the other thing is that in the latest short story, which is 2,000 gil to be a soldier or to be a hero, they do bring up that the idea of 2,000 gil being a certain amount of money was something that, like a lot of money, was something that Cloud's father taught him, or always used to tell him, or always used to tell Claudia. And 2,000 gil is a number that is a running joke throughout Remake and Rebirth, and it is something that Glenn says to Matt, who's constantly in debt, and a gambler, etc. So there are things that make it possible, but there are other things that make the timing implausible. Like he would have had to have joined Soldier after and lost all of his memory, which is possible. I mean, it's possible. Really, if you were to ask me, I would say that there is a 60% chance that they intended for him to be his father. Whether that actually happens or not, I think is now 50-50 because there was a lot of blowback. People hated the idea of Glenn being his dad. Hated it. Glenn may have been handsome in the past, but after 20 years, he aged a bit. Well, no, in First Soldier, Cloud is like 2 to 3 years old. I can't imagine any way in which Glenn being Cloud's dad adds anything to the story. It's pointless as far as I can tell. I agree, other than it's yet another way for Sephiroth to be fucking with Cloud. Because he embodies Glenn's persona and body to fuck with Rufus. And at that point, it's overkill. But no, I either like it being, like a mystery, or somebody else that's more interesting that maybe explains why he has strength.
Planetology or anything, and I'm not trying to scare anybody either. You know... Never mind. This is all coming out wrong.
The part I inadvertently interrupted is she gets tongue-tied trying to say, like...
Please, do not be discouraged.
Like, you guys are missing a piece that I have.
More than happy to listen.
He's probably... And it's easy for her to feel self-conscious because she's saying she fell into the live stream. And to every other human on the planet, exposure to Mako makes you an insane person. She had a very unique experience with the live stream because she was inside a giant monster at the time with live stream protective skin, you know?
Is that you keep challenging your beliefs. Stop doing that, and the answers will forever elude you.
The mentor has a much better attitude
I think we should
than
adjourn
fucking
for the
Bugenhagen, though.
The River of Lights is almost upon us.
Can we elect
So let us
Mentor
head to
to be the new Bugenhagen? Mentor Hagen?
I'll see you at the festival.
If timeline-wise, it still doesn't make sense. Like, there has to be a full-blown Deus Ex. Shackman777 says, like, feels like the timeline mine, it doesn't make sense. With Glenn. And it, like, the other thing too is Glenn would have to have been about 16 or so, 16 or 17 when Cloud was born. But so was Claudia. Claudia was not 18 yet when. So whoever Cloud's dad is, let's hope that they were not like an adult. Let's talk to the mentor.
The River of Lights. Once a year, we gather the souls that have drifted to our veil and return them to the planet whence they came. I heartily encourage you to join us in this ceremony.
There is no seminar being held here at the moment. Can I help you?
All the time I've spent here, listening and learning, has helped me realize what I'm meant to do in this world.
Yeah.
I should be a force for good. Help folks out.
You're gonna be selling books at the airport.
That's how I'll protect the planet. Like yesterday, I helped this poor old woman carry her groceries. And today, I took out the trash at the bar. I've been floating through my life without any purpose, but I finally found it. Planetology has made me a better me.
Like, that's... I think in Japanese that sounds like genuine. In particular. But in the localization, you just want to punch that guy in the face. You would be like, oh, fuck off. You know? And now I'm, yeah, telling strangers about the nice things I did. Alright. Look at that vista. PS5 Pro, baby. Let's go. I think Glenn is supposed to be parallel to Cloud, nothing more. He is a relationship with Sephiroth and is a lesser soldier. He is now being manipulated by Sephiroth, which is exactly what is happening with Cloud. I think to read more into that is be fanciful thinking. I agree that his image is being used by Cloud. I don't think he's being manipulated by Sephiroth. I think he's being manipulated by Sephiroth anymore. I think he's dead. I think Rufus killed him, and Sephiroth, who was his friend, like, Glenn was one of the few good forces in young childhood Sephiroth's life. Like, maybe not a friend, but like the first mentor figure. Angeal and Genesis seemed to be like more peers, but Glenn was like an older brother to him and really tried to like be charitable with him, show him love, and by the end of it, it felt like Sephiroth respected him for it. Like that weird cinematic at the end of chapter 1 of Ever Crisis, the first soldier chapter, where Sephiroth is like delusional and like looking up and super like he's the hero, and like the phantom of Glenn with his dog is just there smiling. You can tell that's like Sephiroth being an insane person, you know, and starting to use this. I think by this point, the Glenn is not fucking alive at all. And I don't think Refu is either. I think Refu is Darkstar. You know, because Rufus kills Glenn. How do I know? It shows him do it in this game. In Rebirth, it shows him. Is Ever Crisis worth playing through for the story? Also, look at these stars. Every time there's stars, hell yeah. Oh, this is a fantastically improved scene. Is Ever Crisis worth playing for the story? You'll know immediately if you're going to be able to enjoy the Ever Crisis experience. To do it without paying money is a grind. I mean, a grind. And to be able to clear story content is pretty gated. High-end content is not even remotely available to somebody that isn't like hasn't got to a certain spending wall. I haven't paid in a long time and have been able to clear content. But like EX battles and stuff like that, I've got nothing for those. But they don't have any story content locked behind them. So I don't know if it's really worth it. You know, from that standpoint. I don't want to tell you as somebody that's like has a good relationship with Square Enix, like, hey, just watch the YouTube videos of the story content. You know, so I do want to say at least try and see if you're going to like the experience first. But if you're like playing through it and you're like, no, this is too harsh. If that's the case, then just watch the cutscenes and you'll get what you need to know out of it. And, you know, like Square Enix isn't actively out here stopping you from doing that. Like they're fine with it. So just food for thought. It feels like everything that they've presented will get enough context in the trilogy for you to like move forward. Like we got scenes of Glenn enough to know what's going on is an open book. Like we don't, like we know that we're midway through a trilogy and we know that there's stuff that doesn't have answers, you know? Oh, hello, Heather Lacey. Welcome in. I just used cheat engine with Ever Crisis, lol. Yeah. You didn't hear me talk about that at all.
Did I sound as awkward as I felt?
You did good.
You did good. Can't help it if they suck at listening. I got what you were saying.
I kinda wanted everyone to get it, though.
To hell with everyone.
Great advice. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Some carry a fire that rivals even this. Like the youths who left the Veil years ago. Avalanche, they call themselves.
So Avalanche seems to be a group of youths that left here, you know?
They were young, but the desire to protect the planet burned bright within their hearts. And who were we to quench such noble passions? Though their path led them elsewhere. If they ever find their way back home, I hope to be here, to welcome them with open arms, no matter what they have done.
I love that bit of dialogue. And I think that bit of dialogue is critical to the attitude we ought to embrace when people adjust their thinking.
Some carry a fire that rivals even this.
I had the pleasure of talking to a mentor. Said it was presumptuous of me to think I could save the planet. She decides her own fate, you see. As rain cleanses the skies, so too does she cleanse herself of filth. So what? We sit here and theorize while the planet rinses and repeats?
Maybe you'll learn something.
Oh, I've learned something, all right. That these planetologists would rather study the world than live in it.
That's a little bit reductive, Barrett.
Some carry a fire that rivals even this. Like the youths who left the...
Look at them, gathered around the fire. Just like us that day. Me and Mom and Dad. If only we could do that again. Never mind. Just forget I said anything.
I'll lend an ear.
Whenever I think about my mom, my chest swells with so much
It's
pride.
amazing that it's the same
I feel
person.
Like it'll burst. But when it comes to my dad, I just...
This voice sounds the most childlike.
Sorry, I can't. Still not ready.
A reminder on Twitch. Yeah, the vibes here are so good. Reminder on Twitch. Just if you're struggling with image quality, and the image quality is pretty good for 720p. If you're struggling, you can check this is the direct live stream link. A lot of people will go to channels and not know live streams are actually happening on the channels. YouTube Live is still like a kind of a, it's not the best, most I think user-friendly thing, but it is getting a lot better. Don't get me wrong. So there is better image quality on YouTube Live right now, and so I recommend you check that out. There's some good people over there too. Actually, more people over there, and some interesting chats. If you feel like opening up both, there's nothing wrong with doing that. You know. Okay, let's talk to Yuffie here in the festival, the River of Lights.
When you die, you return to the planet? Psst, that has literally got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Once you die, that's that.
Pretty much.
So it is interesting that Wu Tai seems to have like a religious perspective on death, that it's permanence, that there's no afterlife. And there are Eastern religions and philosophies that do prescribe to that, but Wu Tai is unique from Eastern religions. It's monotheistic. There's a god, you know, but it's also got Taoist principles. But having no afterlife is something that really tears it away from other stuff. I find that interesting that they kind of conceptualized it that way. You know, it was an interesting choice by Nojima.
Thank you. So if you get that, you get why I live every day like it's my last.
Thanks, Robert M. You're a real homie. They all want to
So-
listen to the ancient.
I'm an ancient. As in, a steward of the planet. One of those ancients. Or, to be more precise, the only ancient. For the most part, it's been a source of pain. I've been held against my will. I've been watched. I've been ignored. Even hated. And it's been that way ever since I was little.
Okay, quick point of clarity. So she's half ancient, but and this is one of the few irritants I have in terms of lore being locked behind a book. Bugenhagen is part ancient as well. Who in chat knew that? Right? Probably people that are longtime viewers and like insane lore goblins. But if you're a casual viewer, did you know that? Are you just learning that now? You know, wait, what? Yeah. Look, in Twitch, Clairvaux. So the Rebirth Ultimania confirms that the reason that Bugenhagen has an exceptionally long life for a human is because of his Cetra ancestry, which tells us two things. One, Bugenhagen is part Cetra. Two, Cetra have longer lifespans. We had no idea that was true. They're literally elves from Lord of the Rings. So, yeah.
My blood's been nothing but a curse. If I ever started to forget, something would remind me of what I was and bring me crashing back down to earth. It was always the same. Time after time. I'd be shown a glimmer of hope, only to have it snatched away. I was never gonna be normal. That much was clear.
Clairvaux, you have all the light novels, but not the Ultimanias. The Ultimania is not even translated yet. We translated them. By we, I mean Turquoise Hammer translated them. Okay, I'm gonna do Encourager, but
Okay.
I can't bring myself to stop her. But if you ever get a chance to look at it on YouTube, it's so funny.
So my blood's been a curse.
Okay, Arsomnia, we've got to remove that tag. We've got to we got to change the hammer command to blue sky, cuz Turquoise Hammer was permanently banned from Twitter. So, and I'm not going to mention why. I'm just going to say that it has something to do with Osama bin Laden. Yeah. Yeah, fuck Twitter. Yeah. Blue Sky is the way to go. Go to Blue Sky.
But it's also been a blessing. It's brought some wonderful people into my life. Friends that I love. And for once, I think I'm okay. Happy even. And all that pain feels worth it. Even if I can't lead a normal life, there is one thing I can do. Return their kindness.
If you need help, I can do it.
Most of what I've been given.
Thank you, Jano. This topper scene is so cursed. It's hilarious, too. It's like so clearly the wrong thing. They all turn green too, because they're powered by Lifestream. I like that there's this weird archaic, like, proto Lifestream technology, the same way that there's oil lamps. This is Lifestream lamps, you know? Oil lanterns that float.
Pretty sappy, huh?
Meant every word, though.
God, this is such a good game.
So, this is where you've been, Nanaki.
What's up?
There's something of great import I need to show you. And by that I mean all of you. Join me, would you? What did you all think of the River of Lights? For whatever reason, the ceremony has drawn a number of tourists to the Vale as of late. When I ask for their impressions, they often speak of how beautiful it was. Some claim they were even moved to tears. It's an overwhelmingly positive reception, I'm happy to say. To stir the human soul is no small feat, and it pleases me to know that the River of Lights possesses such power. Alas, my hopes to parlay their emotional response into a deeper intellectual curiosity, they have yet to be fulfilled. People are surrounded by cats, dogs, birds, and trees. They know that life is all around them, be it through the birth of a baby or the blooming of a flower. They bear constant witness to the blessed cycle of creation, yet they've no interest in the welfare of our planet. Forgive me for sharing my idle thoughts. Keeping them to myself is quite a challenge in my old age.
Yeah, is that why you were a dick earlier?
I pray that the planet watches over and keeps all of you from harm.
I'm glad to know that Aerith has friends like you to keep her company.
Today's experience was surely the will of the planet. May you cherish it always.
Well then, shall we proceed?
But I thought this door was...
sealed so that none may enter? Why, yes, and by my own hand, no less. However, you've a trial to undertake.
I do?
Baja
If you wish
Blast.
to prove yourself and become a Watcher of the Veil, that is.
The Panera iced tea that's killing people.
You are prepared.
The lemonade.
Yeah.
I will also require your assistance in carrying out the trial. Much danger awaits within, and I wish to ensure his safety. When you're ready, simply say the word.
Real quick. So I haven't been able to like check news or anything like that. Am I going to publish a review for Metaphor? You know what I'll probably do is I have a video that's like the ranking games this year, like a 2024 year in review, and kind of rank my maybe top 7 games, and I'll talk about Metaphor there. Jano. I haven't been able to subtext scratch that boot Baja Blast. Speaking of subtext, I see something cross by? I I don't want to look this up. Did Matt Gaetz get appointed Attorney General? I thought I saw you post that. Is that right? Not that we need bad news right now, but... God, no. Fuck. Okay. All right, whatever. Whatever. Okay. Let's undertake this trial. Oh, they rejected him? I mean, it's up to...
Now we follow the cave where it leads, deep as it will take us. Has Nanaki told you anything about his parents yet?
Nope.
They were watchers, both of them. But they couldn't have been any more different. When our village came under attack, my mother fought with courage, with honor. She faced the enemy and...
This election just made me wish I bought crypto.
Father, though,
yeah, crypto's gonna get a boost off of it. I guess there's that.
He was a coward.
Ugh.
So then, you still haven't forgiven him?
Why would I?
Oh, I see. From this point onward, only two may proceed. He who shall undertake the trial and his observer.
Who's gonna observe?
I'll do it.
That would render the trial meaningless. But if not him...
Whomst?
Ah, you'll do nicely.
Me?
Him? Really?
At least pretend not to hate me.
Whenever you're ready.
It was perfect.
Ready.
I like it from a story level. This is my favorite dungeon. Okay. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break right now. Hang in there. I'm going to just leave the scene on and walk away, because I feel like if I change scenes, we're going to get delay again. But that's fine. Okay. I saw the Department of Government Efficiency. Okay. I got to make myself a little something to eat. I'm getting a bit peckish. So enjoy this music in the background. Hello, guys. You know one thing I do like that Glory is, does it look like 30 FPS to you? It's definitely 60. So it could be a capture issue. There could be a little bit. I mean, it looks 60 to me with my eyes. But one thing I do like, by the way, about I'm still making food, but I just thought I'd come talk to you while I'm waiting. Is I love that in the menu screen, you know, which I know that UI wise, it's like there's some things that the old menus were very clean and very retro. I do like that it matches the time of day outside. I think conceptually the menu screen here is really interesting, and it sort of the fact that it goes from the menu screen having the tessellations, which is like a barrier between memories and the real world, to being this like basically mind place where things are consequential, and it's Temple of the Ancients, and it's talking about, it feels like it's a, like from a design standpoint, like it's meant to be emblematic of the blending of memory and reality, and hopes and dreams and reality, and Lifestream and reality. I think that's a deliberate choice. They've been very non-committal with how they've answered any of this. Let's see. Here's... Okay, actually, let's give Barrett the Goater Damron. But yeah, they've been very non-committal. Which, you know, whatever. And we'll give you the... Hades Armlet. Or the Valkyrie ring. They've been very non-committal with answering. But I think there's more to why they chose to do this than they've answered. Personally, you know. I grow peppers, onions, tomatoes. You grow stuff? I thought it was something like that. Good choice for like that. Rabbits would have a field day in your garden. Oh wow. Oh man. You're going crazy over there. They have like bean plants? Oh, right on. Twitch chat has some interesting conversations going on about gardening and rabbits. Yeah, it's 60. Paul Hessing. Okay. This also isn't the most I don't know. I'll give you the Hades Armor. This isn't the most visually stunning area. You know, this isn't like really a big seller on the PS5 Pro like the rest of Cosmo Canyon is, but we still got to get through it. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? All right, so I'm gonna have Cloud be red in this case. Fire and ice. Okay, actually, I think this is backwards. There we go. Okay. And then Why do I have HP absorbed to limit siphon? Oh, I just... Whatever. Let's just ignore that. And then, okay, yeah. That's fine. And then for him, we'll do basically what I have for Tifa. Okay, yeah. And instead we'll do fire. Okay, but we also need... Okay, what can I get rid of? Barrier. We need revive. IIRC. Okay. Because it's been a while, can somebody tell me, because I don't want to look this up. Is there a limit on the amount of petrify materials you get, or can you buy them or pick them up somewhere in subsequent playthroughs? Revival. Re-raise. Okay. Alright, let me go do some more cooking. I'll be right back. Hi guys. Oh, Chadley has the only two. So there's 3 total then. Poison and petrify, petrify. Alright, that's right. That sounds right. Okay. Okay.
You gonna watch my back?
Audio still seem in sync?
Burning holes in you right now.
What is this?
This is a place of deep sorrow. A place where those who have been sealed away are left.
Okay, let's go. I live for this shit right here. You just float yourself up into another.
If I weren't going to already.
Did he lose Enhanced
Don't take it personal,
Expeditionary?
alright?
He did.
Fear me! Gotcha! Going in! I think we did all right back there.
Yeah, I did. Idiot.
Monarchy, look here. Such walls should be well within your power to climb.
Hell yeah, brother. Wonder if it's a heat thing or something. I don't know. It's cold as hell right now. How we doing on audio? Let me know. A little cooked. You guys are the best, by the way. Thank you for helping.
This place is giving me the creeps.
Your discomfort is only natural. A fierce battle was waged here. And even after 45 years, scars.
What? You're saying the Gi managed to make it all the way up here?
Somebody who are the key?
A tribe known to very few outside of the veil. The rest you will learn in due time. Of that you can be certain.
I love that it's getting worse. Okay, hopefully you can't hear anything from it, right? Let's let it sit for a little bit. In the interim, how's everybody doing? Audio's still playing. Oh, no problem. Hey, Gene. We were asking for your help earlier. But ours got it. We watched the video of the French people that also had the Gongaga music. It was real good. Kind of a banger. Do we think audio's fixed?
Time to die. Say your prayers and beg for forgiveness.
It's not. Is it? Does it sound weird or is it just out of sync? Okay.
This should be pretty easy. Oh yeah! I've been waiting for this.
Now, here goes. Fear me. Bring it home. Whoops. Now, coming at ya. There.
You did fine.
Did I
Okay.
do good or did I do good?
All right. Did I do good or did I do good? Is not my favorite battle line. Yeah, if you could just disable that one line. I'm updating the firmware on my capture device. Okay. One last thing here. It's gonna fuck everything up. Oof. Okay. Help me out. Oh boy, it's not on the audio mixer now. Oh, incredible. I've never seen that in my life. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try switching streams. Okay. Ruh-roh. Okay. I believe in you. I believe in you, computer. Whoa. I know you guys don't know what I'm talking about, but it's being weird. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Guys, I'm going away. But don't leave chat. Stay. What's up, Matt Cresswell? Okay. I'm about to end the stream for 1 second. But stay in chat, okay? I'll let you know when I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Am I back? Okay, I hear game sound. Do you is it synced up though? Oh yeah, I gotta cut the rope. Mostly synced up? Okay. Oh god. Computer might need a reboot.
I only got 2 legs here, you know.
Okay, where's the rope? Right there. Shut up. Okay. Spidey guys, Spidey guys.
Hey, where'd you run off to?
Bro, I'm cutting the rope. Num 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 num. Delicious rope. See, aren't you glad? Now, I remember struggling with hard mode Gina Talk more than anybody else. A lot of it had to do with the fact I was like sort of unwilling to change my materia. And that's dumb. Don't be like that. Change your materia. Oh, really? Prof Noctis last night?
What the hell is that?
That is a key.
It's huge.
Under normal circumstances, I would stress
Did you have
that
to get a lot of
mustn't
perfect
judge a
parries?
book by its cover.
Nah.
For the Gi, however, they are as fearsome as their appearance implies.
These are the
I used Iron Defense a lot. And I think I used the other synergy for the part that I would always get screwed up on was the was when he turned into the like 20 little guys, not being able to kill all of those. But I noticed the synergy, one of the synergy attacks, I think just eliminated them all.
You are to explore this place. Understand the nature of its history.
Okay, will do.
This is my second or third hard mode, though. Although I haven't been skipping cutscenes this time.
And bring the truth to light. Only then shall the path reveal itself unto you.
Yes. No. I've done all the. There's nothing. It's not worth it. I'm just getting through this section, so I can get to the good part, and then we're calling it.
A remnant of our struggles, of our desires.
A remnant of our struggles and our desires. And what is it? It is a.
Get rid of that thing!
In suffering we stir. Who wakes us from our slumber?
Now you can use healing, by the way, on these guys. I thought I gave him revival. God damn it. Well, I'm glad that I noticed.
See your friend, you're up!
Leave it to me. And stay down.
But yeah, just like in the OG, you can kill them with like X potions and stuff like that. You can't do it with Ginatok though, like you could with.
They who wander in search of retribution.
Oh hey Peter.
Pathetic.
Do not be so quick to denigrate your enemies, nor make.
Is Rebirth shorter than remake? I don't think so.
It has been
Is that materia?
in this
No.
chamber for a reason.
We don't talk about what it is. It's going okay, Peter. Could be going worse.
I will.
It's a little rough in the country I live in right now, but we're making it through. Okay. We gotta carry the statue all the way. The voice within. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Red needs re-raise, ATB, HP, first strike, chakra, time, limit siphon, strength up, vitality up. We could give you I don't know if I use time. I might have, though. I don't think I need the second elemental. Okay, so we could do... Revival. And then do, what was I gonna do? Okay, I think that works really good, and then probably precision defense bonus works good too, but yeah, we'll do that over. Nah, we're not. We're not. We're doing this. We're doing this. It's gonna be fine. And we're saving MP by using limit breaks. Yeah, this is on the Pro. This isn't the best level to look at it, but if you go over to my YouTube stream, Peter, and then scroll back, you can see like how Gongaga looks, and it's so much better. It's so insanely better. Because I'm speaking on both right now. Music does slap here, yeah.
Altars?
Interesting, because my first thought was, are we gonna make it out of this place?
How did they build so much infrastructure underneath Cosmo Canyon? It's like, was it really slow? Like they just slowly, like, oh, we just live under you.
These look like the statue I picked up.
Great observation skills there, Nanaki.
Then one could argue that everything has no reason. Regardless, you know what you must do, don't you?
I think all the platinum challenges were pretty hard. Rulers of the Outer World, Stormtrooper 5. Did you do all those? Or do you just mean in story? I will. I'm gonna... Yeah. I'll put this where the color. Yeah. Okay, let's get some lore here.
Begins to fade.
Marlene, Daddy loves you.
That it?
Not in the least.
Sorry to say, I don't think it's worth it at this time. I mean, $1,000. Yeah, dude, it's not worth it for less. I mean, it's worth it for me, you know, but like, I wouldn't tell you to buy this, man. So that's why you can watch. Like, you've already played it, so if you want to watch it with better visuals, just watch it. And tariffs are coming, so all this stuff's probably going to skyrocket in the US too. You know.
Gives way to calm.
I hope there's more of him too. %60% is what he proposed. I know. I mean, but on China. You want to get out of the country so bad? I know, it's pretty hard though, huh? Meow, meow, meow. Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, it's not the easiest time to escape the country either.
Damn if that doesn't look convenient.
I wish I could break you preemptively, because I know you'll be an enemy soon. But alas, I cannot. And it can't run away from you. Can I edge past you? You don't see me. God damn it.
Feel his presence. The villain. Yes. Come closer, that we may have our vengeance.
Eat this! Hey!
God damn it. Petrification. Forgot. It's not that I want to leave, it's just it feels unsafe, you know? Especially for, like, my family. Where is it? Oh, right there? Okay.
I feel his presence. The villain. Yes. Come closer, that we may have our vengeance.
Hey! Bring your might to bear! There! Now! Fear me! Sorry, no mercy, alright? Only a Watcher's work is never done.
A Watcher. Emerald Key. Hi, Barrett. But how have you been, Peter? I'm not gonna buy the PS5 Pro. Yeet, yeah. Yeah, I don't blame anybody.
Sinks beneath stone.
The history of the Vale is intertwined with the Gi, for they first came to these lands many millennia ago. This sanctuary is proof of their persistence, for it was built to ensure that they never escaped.
But if they were sealed away,
You thought
thousands of
Kamala
years
would
ago,
win?
how'd they break out and
Yeah,
attack the Vale?
I mean, I wanted her
That
to,
I cannot
but
answer. Only the Gi themselves.
I didn't think she would. Which is why I've been so loud about it, you know?
You are here to learn about yourself, Nanaki.
Just wanted to feel like I did my best. There's very little one person can do.
This cave serves as a boundary between
Easy to
our
feel
world
powerless.
and that of the Gi. It was vital to them and their plans. Were the Gi to seize control of it, the canyon would be doomed.
And the people.
When the Gi moved against us yet again, a certain Watcher recalled this vulnerability.
Huh?
Since time was of the essence, he entered the cave without reinforcements. As he had feared, it was teeming with Gi, ready to descend
Goddess
upon
Carrie,
the village.
thank you.
Determined to protect
Means
the
a lot to
Vale,
me.
he pounced from one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him.
Hold on. If there was a Watcher who single-handedly saved the canyon, how come I've never heard of them?
For now, you should focus on your own struggles with the Gi. Their malice grows more potent.
It's definitely
Weird.
got ambiance.
Do not allow fear to take hold of your
After
heart.
this cutscene,
You are your own master, Nanaki. You and no one else. Never forget that. Look to the gates beyond. Pass through all to complete your trial. But that's easier said than done.
Okay. Visually, it looks synced up again. We had some racist riot issues earlier this year, but the government shut it down so fast I was shocked. Yeah. I'm assuming you're in the UK. Stormtrooper? Yeah, that was a rough time. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna make you howl.
I'm glad that you guys
Make it a shallow grave.
elected the party you elected. I think that helped in that situation.
Let's end this. Here goes.
Get away.
Did I do good? Or did
Fuck
I do
you.
good?
You did bad. How about that?
So how are we supposed to open this thing?
How indeed? Ideas, Manaki?
Eat a bunch of stuff.
My, how resourceful you've become.
I feel his presence.
Maybe this. Let me show you what a watcher can do.
That we may have our friendship.
All the animals want to kill you in Australia. There are dangerous animals in Australia, but most of the animals are wonderful. Like, yeah. Come on, man. You know, Steve Irwin was is one of the few celebrities that when they died, I got really emotional. I'm still so sad about Steve Irwin's death. A lot of animal lovers. Yeah, Stingray. They are running differently somehow. That I had to do it that way. Like, I can't run YouTube at the same with the same encoder. Is it still desynced on Twitch? Both candidates are a joke. Were. They weren't great candidates, no. I do think that I do want to try and avoid getting into cop-out territory, though. Like, you know, I think the party did let us down a little bit on the left. But we found a way that the lowest amount of people possible got what they wanted. Pretty impressive.
And stay down.
There'd only be 2 red states if only people with degrees voted. That was a recent statistic. People don't like when you bring that up. Okay. You know what? Okay. It is starting to get annoying, so I have an idea. I don't know if it's gonna like me doing this. I can't change it. Okay. Never mind. We should really believe them sooner or later. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay. We gotta kind of just live with it for this part, so... It's not a level playing field at all, yeah. It really isn't. There's always been this. I mean, it's very easy to like look at things that we can change, but the blame really lies on oligarchy, and I mean, it's what this game's about. Like, late stage capitalism has a deeply uneducated voter base as a whole. Like, that's how it functions.
In what sense? They have yet to truly pass on, and their rage remains unquenched. Come, let us keep pressing forward. We're very nearly there.
I only got 2 legs here, you know.
All right.
This reminds me of those altars.
There is a similarity, yes. But this sanctum is much more ancient and serves a rather different purpose.
What's
The altars
that?
we came upon before were built to imprison the key. This, however, was built to provide the Cetra with a means to commune with them.
Commune with them? Why would the Cetra do that? The Yi were the enemy.
Good and evil, friend and foe. Dichotomy is not set in stone, as mutable as the winds. But for now, Anaki, let us concentrate on the matter at hand, clearing a path to the truth.
Well, yeah. Give me just a sec. I'm listening to something here to see if I can figure out what's going on. Okay, so, all right. So Wade tried for 20 minutes on this boss battle. Okay, or 20 tries. All right, let's see if we can do better than Wade. First they made games woke, now they're making 60 more for games and electronics. 60%. Yeah, I know. It's so ironic. The woke panic was such a distraction. Like, just let the least educated people be as woefully afraid of the most innocuous nonsense, like being tolerant of others, so that they don't notice that the only people that benefit from the economic policies are the top 1% again. It is so insane. 17, 18 times. It'll probably be a lot too here. He's a hard one, especially because I'm not familiar with, you know, like, these characters are not always everybody's favorite. I actually started to like Nanaki a lot more after some of the VR stuff. And Perfect Block does feel super, it's like satisfying. Crying.
As with good and evil, sorrow too assumes many forms. 45 years ago, a watcher fought his way here alone, and in his bravery took upon himself the burden of our hope.
Yeah, watcher. Like, also, Nanaki, you're dumb for not understanding already what he's talking about. Like, the cognitive dissonance is even for a teenager, impressively lacking insight.
No!
What is it?
Their ire manifests once more. Do not underestimate.
Peter, you said games for me are getting more popular and more popular. Kind of, yeah. Like, there's, like, Wukong is an anathema. For the most part, Western games are still probably clearing. And the Japanese economy is in the tank. And the gaming in general, like it's, even though like Stellar Blade was a success by its own standards, it's still probably sold about the same as, you know, most games can sell right now, which is in the 3 million range. Wukong was different because it's like one of 6 games that you're allowed to play in China, and the Chinese government did so much to like force that game down everybody's throat. You know, they treated it like the Olympics. So, yeah. Okay.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell's this thing pissed at us?
Okay. This is probably a mistake.
Yeah, I'll do it. Want some more?
My turn? Come on. Gotcha. What the?
Okay, hold on. Something's wrong. Okay, 1.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell's this thing pissed at us?
With me!
I'm in.
Nice going. You got this.
Need my help, do you? You got this!
I'm gonna hang back.
Yeah, I'll do it! You're up?
I'll try. Damn it! Keep it together. Here goes! There. Rain down all wrath! No going easy. Mind if I tag out?
See ya! Gotta love it. You got this!
Fuck. That is horrible timing. That's okay.
Coming at ya! Sorry, fear me! Why, you can do this. Need to rest.
Okay.
Come on!
My Latinos voting for Trump. I know.
Talk about an axe to grind.
But they're not to blame, and I think we need to see people get the blame game is just it's the wrong way to go. I'm sure you know that though, but it's painful to watch.
That was a good one.
Bring in the heat!
Snap out of it. I'm gonna hang.
All right, watch and learn.
I'll give it my best shot.
Fucking A.
It's gonna take more than that. Sick of it.
Need my help,
Don't worry about it.
Gotta beat it head on.
All right. Sorry. Here goes. How's this? What the?
Love me a challenge. Suck on this! I know you can
My
do
turn?
it. Never quit, never surrender.
Safety first. You can do this. Gotcha. Sorry, coming at you. Can't get me down.
Bring in the heat.
What the?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Bring it home. Can you take the lead?
This ends now.
Here goes.
Check out what's coming
I'll
to
give it
him.
my best shot. Please. Clear me. Here goes.
Okay.
There's so many.
Where's a big bucket of water when you need it? in. Now! Special delivery! Suck on this! Bring it home!
Don't worry about it. You're mine! Only one winner! Good to go?
Alright! Watch and learn!
Alright, my time to shine. Gotcha!
See
You
ya!
got this!
Need my help, do you?
Did I get all of them?
You cheating son of a bitch!
Okay, so let's... Okay, actually, I think the best thing to do here is Wrath of the Land.
Ready?
Alright! Watch and learn!
Then... Then pressure.
My turn? Clear me! Here goes!
Shit.
Got him now!
Okay, then limit siphon. It's not what I wanted, but it'll work.
Let's finish this! Oh, I'm gonna bury you!
Oh man, this would have been good to do stop. Yeah, god damn it. Okay, if I beat again.
Now this is fun!
Leave it to me! Gotcha! Going in! Good to go?
I'm up for anything! Want some more? Oh, you in trouble now!
Oh man, I didn't know he'd go.
Sorry! How's this?
Okay.
I'm in! Firing one off!
Sick him!
Yeah, I'll do it! You got this!
Leave it to me! Gotcha! You're mine! There! Going in!
Okay, it's over. It's so over, bro.
End this!
It's Joseph over. Wrath of D's nuts. Alright. Would you ever do a deep dive series like this with episode like Metal Gear? Definitely.
Form evanescent, rancor everlasting. Well done.
It is absolutely in
You've become
shambles right
quite
now.
the
Yeah.
formidable fighter.
Thanks, Mark Williams.
Sure
I really
have.
appreciate that.
So, does this mean I passed the test?
I'm afraid that decision is not mine alone to make. Let us consult with one more qualified.
I'm not really going to rub that in Wade's face because I remember struggling a ton too when I first tried it. I just have a little bit of memory from. So, okay, let's get through this segment and then call it. And by segment, I mean like the whole lore dump we're about to go through. The Wall of Honor.
The Watcher of the Veil fought valiantly, and offered up his life in defense of our home. As you see, he still watches over us to this very day.
Wait. Is that... Seto? My father? No, there's no way.
The poisoned arrows of the key transformed his body into stone, and there he has stood ever since, his watch eternal, our savior.
What about my mom? Did she know what had happened to him?
Oh. Why, of course she did. It was, after all, she and Seto who asked me to seal off the cave.
But why? Why did she never tell me the truth?
Because she knew that if she did, you would attempt to seek your father out all by yourself. Your parents strove to keep our Vale safe. But there is one thing they fought even harder to protect. You, Nanaki, their son.
She was afraid, because I was too small and weak.
Back then, perhaps, but not anymore, heavens no. You've become a fine warrior in your own right. And that is precisely why I brought you here. But this is not where your journey is meant to end, my dear boy. You must leave the Vale once more.
But I'm a watcher now. I gotta protect our home like he did.
Listen to me, Nanaki. When I first heard your friend's emphatic warnings, I dismissed them outright. No more than the ravings of misguided youths. When you
Well, like
lived
10
as long
minutes
as
ago?
I have, you start to believe you've seen it all, that no surprises remain. But I realize now how very foolish I have been. The eyes that I thought saw the world clearly have grown blind to new possibilities.
But...
I would hate to impede your progress any further. I bid you leave, Nanaki, before, like me, you become inured to your own ignorance. With sharper eyes and keener ears, go forth and in my stead seek the great truths of our world. Look after him for me.
Okay, so this scene, how does this scene rank for me? Okay. When I was a young Final Fantasy VII fan, I loved this scene. I loved it. I like going back through, it's still good, you know, in the OG, but I will say that it's not as impactful to me as it used to be. And part of it is I do really think that there isn't a good story justification for this subterfuge. It borders on child abuse. Like, you don't have to say where. I understand that, you know, they're worried that Nanaki will go looking for dad, but just don't say where it happened or lie, you know, like, be general, be vague. Like, it's such a stretch, like the reasoning that they give. But you just accept it. It's one of those things you just accept. And hold on just a second. Hello. Hold on, guys, just a second. Somebody just walked into the house. Well, I already called Bill yesterday that you guys are going to replace the fridge.
Oh yeah, that is on our list. Yeah.
Yeah. Replace the fridge, and then other than that, actually, there is one thing. Can I take you around back so you don't walk through the camera? Because there's something outside. Yeah. I'm just curious. Hi guys. Okay, I'm sure that ruined audio again. Hi everybody. Yeah, sorry. Somebody came in to the house. But it's okay. They don't mean harm. But it's always weird when there's a stranger in your house. But anyways, like I was saying about this section of the game is that I've always found like it to strain some plausibility. For a dramatic payoff, it feels a little contrived. That said, whatever, you know. So how does Remake handle it, or how does Rebirth handle it? I think it handles it absolutely fine. Like, it's not one of those scenes where I feel like I needed to have like some deeper exposition. I didn't feel like I needed a ton of room to breathe. Whereas like with Dine, that scene is so heavy that it's really hard not to expect a little bit of just weight after the performance. I don't feel like it's a big tone shift what happens afterwards, but you guys can sort of judge for yourself and we can talk about it. And then this is the last little bit of story we'll cover here, because it's beefy lore wise, you know.
Don't worry. We will.
You failed this trial, my boy. Continue your training and try again. Are you up to the task, Nanaki?
You bet I am. After all. I am Nanaki. Watcher of Cosmo Canyon, and son of Seto, protector of our Vale.
Seeing Seto cry, that's still, it's a good punch. You know, it's a good emotional punch. Clairvaux, it's got to be like 40 years between those.
Hearken unto me.
So this weird little mystery thing I think is fine, but at least this part is interesting, whereas the Palmer fight is just tomfoolery, you know.
My name is Guy Natak. O brave and noble Seto, I beseech you once more, hear the urgent pleas of my people.
Yeah, it was said.
My
It's
thanks,
the exact same
Seto.
reasoning.
You are as
Clairvaux.
magnanimous as ever.
Audio desynced again? God damn it. I knew we would do that. Okay, let's okay.
The warrior Nanaki, and you, the Cetra.
Is that better? Jasnoda?
Come with me.
That was... Oh, an exciting turn of events indeed.
We'll back you up for 2,000.
Okay. That Sephiroth is leading him here is interesting. You know, but it does...
No. This one's free.
This one's free, right?
Can anyone explain
Okay.
to me why we're eating?
Oh, MPX, that's right. Okay. Okay, and we'll give her a first strike. She has one? Okay. Auto weapon. Okay. And then she needs revival. That's right. He needs revival too. That's what I'm missing. God, I always forget goddamn re-raise and revival. Okay. And then she needs all sorts of shit. Fuck. Okay. Materia loadouts would be a nice thing. I wouldn't mind that. That's where I want things. Alright. Enhanced Expeditionary Medal. Okay. Choker King's Cape. And go to Duckman. Got it. Alright. Okay, we're almost through this.
Been taking this detour? Anyone? Because some of us are on a mission to secure the material we need to, you know, save our homeland.
How can you talk like that in a place like this? I'm scared out of my wits here.
I don't know.
Oh,
This ski dude's
everybody
too nice
needs
for
to
me.
watch Prof Noctis. That doesn't.
But who knows what he's planning? Stay alert.
Okay. Inlet of the Lost. Okay, let's look at this place.
The home of the Gi lies beyond.
Underworld vibes, yes.
Now let us begin our journey.
Not so fast. What's in it for us?
Yeah.
Unless it's materia, you can count me out.
How strange you should mention materia. My people are also in search of it.
Yeah, River Styx vibes for sure. Stygian crossing indeed.
Would have stayed longer if I could, but I'll be back soon. I promise.
I'm gonna hurl.
Maybe try swaying with the rocking of the boat?
I wanna move less, not more.
Didn't seem to mind when you jumped aboard.
Ugh. Only because he mentioned materia.
Be quiet. The planet is listening.
And what's wrong with that?
Anything that reaches the planet's ears in due time reaches those of the Cetra.
Okay, so this is a really interesting sentence. Because what it's implying is that there's a relationship between the planet and the Cetra hearing. Cetra have been wiped out. However, in due time. In earned time. And so, believe it or not, this was the line that when I was first playing it, I was like, the Cetra are the Whispers. The souls of the Cetra are the Whispers. And I believe that way more now, especially once you get to the Temple of the Ancients and you look at the murals, you really start to look at the iconography of everything. But the Whispers are the souls of the Cetra that have died, was my immediate takeaway from this line.
Unfortunately, the Cetra are not a tolerant people.
And the Whispers aren't necessarily tolerant.
Am I intolerant too? I'm Cetra.
You are indeed one of them, by lineage alone.
So this is a charitable thing that Ginatak says. It says, basically that you should not judge somebody by their lineage.
You know not of their history. That has been lost to time.
Their history?
Consider your ignorance a blessing. The Cetra's past is fraught with horror
And sorrow. Nobody has confirmed it.
So there I am, on the ground,
All right.
bleeding out, watching everything go dark. Thinking, this is it. This is how it ends. Only, it isn't. Suddenly, the wind picks up out of nowhere. It tugs at me so hard, it feels like it's tearing my soul right out of my body.
Rainbow effects, and then
Next thing I know, I'm back in the orphanage. But nobody can tell me who found me or how I got there. It's a miracle.
Sounds like what happened to me. Whole freaking army unloading on my position.
the hopes and dreams
Every single bullet.
of Aerith manifesting into the live stream. That was the bullet that was gonna
The wind starts blowing.
kill. The one right to the brain.
1 minute, I'm outnumbered. And the next, I'm alone.
None of it makes any sense. I somehow managed to beat the odds and wake up here, alone. Why in the hell did fate pick me?
Can't think that way.
Can't not think that way. Their luck runs out, but mine doesn't. I'm the only one who gets a pass. And now that it's just me, what am I supposed to do? You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, come with me.
Sure, but why?
I'll explain on the way. So, How's Cloud holding up?
Mako poisoning's done a real number on him. Doubt he's in for a speedy recovery either. But hey, hope springs eternal.
Right. If he does recover, you can bet your ass he'll act like it was nothing. Shrug it off and say he's been through 10 times that shit.
Are we talking about the same Cloud?
Come on. The guy's desperate to prove himself. Not like he needs to. Everyone knows he's a bona fide badass.
So, for sure, this Biggs has met our Cloud, you know, modern Cloud. Okay. I'm going to show off a Easter egg. This is just because they didn't notice, but there is Beagle stamp right there. I wouldn't overthink this one. I think they just reused assets and didn't think that somebody like me would fucking find it.
If the trains are down, maybe they'll send a chopper for us.
The top of the Shinra building?
Apparently, there are riots going on. How am I supposed to take my mind off things if I can't bear it?
Riots going on in Sector 8.
It's just one thing after another these days. I mean,
Shit's still whack.
Did you hear? Shinra's, is this our punishment for using too much Mako? Yeah. Is it true?
Tunnel was pretty.
Get a load of this.
Okay, let's see. The destruction of Sector 7 was orchestrated by Shinra themselves. We can't let those murderers get away with it. People of Midgar, fight back against our corporate oppressors by joining Avalanche. Seek us out at the lot off Petal Lane. Wow, that's bold.
Yep.
These guys are setting a
I
trap
also
for
like the
themselves.
Aerith Street is called
Shinra
Petal
will just
Lane.
roll in and round them all up.
Doubt public security will even bother going through the motions. Easier just to shoot and skip the paperwork.
Then anyone who goes is...
An idiot, I know. But idiots are what we need right now. Folks who'll risk it all.
Wait! Don't tell me you're going! The things I do for friends.
I kind of wonder how that rift looks to all the folks topside.
Probably looks even more rifty up there.
Hey, you ever wondered about your purpose in life? What you're doing here?
Sure.
They'll probably patch
from
it out
time to
now.
time. Or all the time.
Would never have guessed.
Didn't used to, but things changed. Went through a lot after I joined
It's our
Shinra, like
punishment for draining the
a lot.
planet of its Mako.
I bet. I ask because ever since I woke up, I've been wondering about what to do with all this time I've been given.
Shinra will figure something out, right? I mean, they gotta.
Hey, Biggs. You said before I ought to try picking up some work as a merc.
Yeah?
'Cause one's not enough. So who's the one?
Cloud. He didn't tell you? Must not have wanted the competition.
When exactly did you meet Cloud?
The day before we hit Reactor 1. So, how long ago was that again? Weird. My internal clock's busted.
Every time
Yeah,
I sleep,
mine too.
I dream about all the
What's
things
that
I
about
wish I
anyway?
had
Internal
done
clock's
differently.
busted.
Good question.
Time run a joint. Like they don't know when things are,
What do you think's gonna happen to
you
our
know.
kids?
So it's more of an indication of the nature of this world,
Who could have seen it?
which is still up to this point Terrier, as you can see.
How you gonna spend your
Let's make it our best yet.
You know, I think I prefer being number 2 or 3. Suits me much better.
Yeah?
Like, the guy who only has to worry about the how, and doesn't have to decide on the what.
A minor role?
Exactly. I'm no hero. So how come I was the one who got saved?
Because someone needs you. You and your can-do attitude.
And who might that be?
Whoever brought you
back,
back, I
And
guess.
assuming there was someone, who could it have been?
That's a good question.
Who indeed? So this is just more indication to me that we're living in Aerith's hopes and dreams. Aerith has a connection to Biggs. Aerith brought back Biggs. Why? What connection? The orphanage, right? They knew each other in childhood. And this
You
isn't.
were the guy with Aerith, right?
Yeah. Hear that?
We don't gotta do homework, right? It'll be okay.
Let's all dance.
Hell with it. Let's just do what we want. Start by robbing folks and stocking up on kills.
Yeah.
You're not fooling anyone.
Shut up. Once we're loaded, we can drown ourselves in booze.
It's just up ahead. Keep your eyes peeled.
Copy. Nobody, huh?
Not a soul.
Well, at least Shinra was a no-show too, right? Who's there?
Hmm?
Huh. New recruit?
I think they're all
As
Aerith's
if I'd ever join
hopes and
Avalanche.
dreams.
I just came to see what kind of morons would fall for
And
your
they're
dumbass
representative of
propaganda,
where she is
that's
in
all.
her own acceptance
But I should
cycle.
have known. Nobody
Clairvaux.
could be that stupid. Anyway, I'm out, losers.
Clairvaux in Twitch said, if these are Aerith's hopes,
told
that makes
you I
sense,
wasn't
but like,
cut
why
out
does
for a
this world
leading
seem so
role.
depressed? Her other dream
And here
with
I
Cloud
thought I might have
has
been
everyone
saved for a
accepting the
reason.
end. And I do think she sees it as her final date, you know?
Some higher purpose. Sorry for wasting your time.
Biggs! It's up to us to find our own purpose. I mean, who says it's gotta be one way? Everyone's sitting back, acting like the world's doomed, but the future's not set in stone. We're not powerless. So long as we don't lose sight of what's
Was the kid
important.
supposed to be someone? Oates?
You know,
He was
what
just in the
matters most of all
first
when
game.
Going gets tough. I don't know, hopes, dreams, maybe? Something like that. So long as we've got those. And hold on tight and never let go.
Like this?
Like your life depends on it.
The world's lucky to have you. It's a start.
It's a start.
Anyway, I gotta run. I'll be sure to pay a visit to Cloud when I get the chance.
See ya. Think about what I said. Guess I should probably head home too. Home, huh? I'm back.
Welcome home.
Welcome home.
Guess who I just saw? Biggs.
Really?
Said he'd visit too.
Oh, yay! Did he say anything about Daddy or Tifa?
Oh, sorry. Forgot to ask.
Aww.
Zack, would you mind checking on Aerith for me?
Sure.
We're all headed for the same place. You'll see your daddy and Tifa again.
Soon?
Soon enough, Marlene. Soon enough.
It's me. The wind. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it fucking was.
Hello in there.
She touches the hand, and then something happens. She's aware of it. I mean, like, to know, I mean, that's the most clear indication that that these worlds are within the live stream, you know. It was all you. I think
Still standing.
that's a good question. I don't know if he means like something vague, like all the bad that's happened is all you, or if he means something specific to plans.
To the village of the
Be interesting to get clarification on that in the materials, Ultimania. I also hope we get more clarification on stamps.
Welcome to our domain, children of the planet.
The children of the planet.
Y'all hear that just now?
So humans are children of the planet.
Our flesh is gone, yet our spirits are condemned to linger. Outsiders such as we are unwelcome, forever denied the planet's embrace. I feel for you. Can only imagine how tough that's been. My kin now dwell within these effigies. I beseech you, lend them your ears. Long has it been since they have had an audience.
They're not bound to the planet, and so she rejects them. Because you have to come from the Lifestream to return to it.
Which means these dudes can't die, right? They're invincible!
I'm not sure that's something to celebrate. Being stuck as spirits with no hope of release sounds like a fate worse than death.
As if you know anything about dying. I mean, are you even really alive?
Another stuck spirit, perhaps?
We shall not rest till the materia is ours.
Okay.
You and me both.
Okay, I actually have a lot to say about this area. And so I'm actually going to call it here. And and bring this up again tomorrow when I stream. So we're gonna go ahead and save here. This has been a very long, good stream. Thank you guys. I've had a ton of fun. But let's call it. So have a pleasant evening, and you guys are the best.